Good evening. It is 6 o'clock and we will call the city council meeting 22nd to order. And I will start with a roll call. Councilmember McCormick,
Here.
Councilmember, and we will call the city council meeting. Such a melodious voice, yes.
Sometimes there's that feedback.
Oh, thank you back there. Councilmember Andori,
Present.
Councilmember Candell,
Present.
Vice Mayor Kwok.
Present.
And I am here. City council is complete. And Chair LeBong, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. For Planning Commission, Commissioner Farson,
Present.
Vice Chair Radnich,
Present.
and Chair Labange present. And we were expecting Commissioner Mason, so he might be showing up. Other than that, no one else was planned. So we do not have quorum as of now, but we will quietly sit here and watch.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm sure he'll be showing up shortly. In that case, I will move on to the adoption of the agenda. Anybody?
Thank you, Mayor Dawson. There is an item on consent calendar. This is the potential purchase of property. Staff is asking that it be continued without consideration to your next meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. And so we call for the adoption of the agenda with the omission of that item on the consent calendar, which is item 10E. G, thank you.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Do you want to do public?
See if any public.
Oh, yes. Actually, we aren't on the consent calendar specifically.
Oh,
That was just
you're
for
right.
that
Thank
item.
you.
So just for the adoption of this agenda.
Mayor Dawson, since we are removing an item, it would be nice to see if anyone wanted to speak on the item that we are removing from the agenda. So if we could take public comment. just for
Okay,
that.
thank you. Is there any public comment about the adoption of the agenda?
Mayor Dawson, I have no speaker slips for that item, nor do I have any attendees with their hands raised.
Okay. So we will come back and bring it back to a vote. I have a motion by Councilmember Candell, seconded by Councilmember Andori. Is that correct?
That's fine.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the adoption of the agenda for April 22nd is complete with the omission of item 10G. And now we will move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Stan?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic. One nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
All right. Yes. Hello. Mr. Mason, we can maybe return this to Chair LeBong.
All right, so for the Planning Commission, with Commissioner Mason here, we do now have quorum. So thank you, Mayor Dawson. I'll hand it back to you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Welcome, commissioners from our Planning Commission. Happy you're here. We'll move on to public comments for items not on the agenda. Are there any public comments for items not on the agenda?
Mayor Dawson, I have no speaker slips and there are no hands raised in our virtual audience.
All right. Then in that case, we will move on to our joint session with the Planning Commission. And Arlie, I will turn this over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Dawson. Good evening, Mayor, council members, Chair Labange. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Dawson, council members, Chair Labange, and planning commissioners. Thank you all for being here tonight. Tonight, we're holding a joint meeting to kick off the tree protection ordinance update and ask for your feedback, primarily on the key issues described in the staff report. We are bringing this update to you now because the council has recently reaffirmed that wildfire preparedness remains a high priority, and because the safety element adopted last summer calls for updates to the tree protection ordinance in order to address wildfire risk. Staff has hired a consultant and begun with project initiation. Our consultant, Heather Coleman of Code Words, has experience with both comprehensive and focused zoning text updates. Heather will be presenting the staff report tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and planning commissioners. My name is Heather Coleman. I'm an urban planning consultant who focuses on ordinance updates and amendments. And we are here to introduce to you the update to Lafayette's tree protection ordinance. As Arlie explained, we'll be looking for feedback on the issues that the ordinance update should address and on our proposed work plan. So a little bit of background, the tree protection ordinance was initially adopted in 2003 and amended in 2010 and 2014. So the city has a couple decades of experience administering the ordinance. And that time has heard comments from various parties about ways that it could be improved and refined. Last year, the city adopted an update to its safety element, and there were several policies about defensible space and one specific program related to the tree protection ordinance and evolving it to address fire risk created by dead, dying, or non-native trees. In addition, the city council priorities for this upcoming fiscal year include wildfire prevention, preparedness, responsiveness, and utility safety. These are some of the reasons that we're undertaking this update right now. Working with staff, planning staff, we've developed a work plan for the tree protection ordinance update and a timeline. Right now, we're in the project initiation phase. So the main objective at this stage is to identify the issues that the update will address. This meeting tonight is a key part of project initiation. We will also be doing community engagement, which I will explain more on the next slide. Again, we'll be looking to identify the issues and problems that the update will address. We'll be doing research and analysis that includes reviewing long-range adopted plans of the city, other technical guidance, other jurisdictions' ordinances to look for best practices that Lafayette could also use. The existing ordinance to see where it could be strengthened and improved. And then we'll fold all of this information into developing some alternatives for responding to the key issues. Here we have an optional joint meeting with both of these bodies to review alternatives. In lieu of that, you could direct staff to just go ahead and draft an ordinance and bring the draft ordinance to you. So then we'll develop an ordinance and then bring it to you for public hearings and adoption. So we've begun to conduct what we're calling stakeholder outreach. So I've spoken to some arborists who do work in Lafayette, spoken to a representative at the fire district, and we will be, what we're referring to as stakeholders here are people who are involved with and highly interested in the tree protection ordinance or who regularly interact with it and have ideas about how it can be improved. So we'll be speaking with members of the public who've been active in this issue, as well as community groups and elected officials. We'll be conducting a survey with questions that tree permit applicants, past and present, can share their experiences getting a permit. The project will be announced in the weekly roundup newsletter, and we'll be holding public meetings, including this meeting tonight, an optional joint meeting to present alternatives, and then public hearings before the Planning Commission and Council to consider the draft ordinance. So we want to just name some of the key issues that we think the ordinance updates should address. We won't go into the nitty gritty tonight. We just want to list some of them and get your feedback on them. We've grouped them here into the 5 bullets that you see on the screen. I just want to note that these are in a slightly different order than they were in the staff report, in case you're following along the staff report. But as we got into this more, we saw how they could be grouped together. So one of the key functions of a tree ordinance is to define which trees are protected, and that will be part of this process, reviewing and considering what size and what species of trees should be protected under the ordinance. We can look at things like, should trees on previously approved plans be considered protected trees as they currently are now? And then there's some nitty-gritty technical issues that have been brought up, like how you measure and how you calculate the diameter of trees with multiple trunks. So these are just examples of items that can be considered under the topic of which trees are protected by the ordinance. Replacement trees have been brought up. So we'll be looking at how, how to find what is an appropriate number and type of replacement trees when trees are removed. Some subtopics under this can be looking at more objective requirements and reducing case-by-case discretion, developing a recommended tree list to guide appropriate species and spacing, and then trying to figure out what are the city's processes for ensuring that replacement trees are planted. We'll be looking at how to streamline the processes for tree permits, including topics like dealing with emergency removal of hazardous trees, dealing with trees that are removed to create defensible space, trees that are maintained by the city, and tree removal applications by non-city agencies. And then finally, appeal procedures. Wildfire management is an important set of issues that is helping to prompt this update. Overall, we'll be looking at how to balance the environmental and aesthetic benefits of trees with fire risks, and looking at things like, when flammable tree species are removed, and coordinating with the fire district. We'll be looking at downtown trees versus trees that are in residential neighborhoods, and whether the same regulations and procedures should be applied to those two areas. And then looking at how to handle conflicts between trees and utilities and infrastructure. So the main questions and issues that we want to pose to you tonight are confirming your support to have staff continue with the TPO update, providing feedback on the process and work plan that we presented, in particular, whether you want to hold a joint meeting to hear about alternative approaches to updating the ordinance. And we'd like to hear what your goals are for the TPO update, what you'd like to see come out of it, and whether you have any changes or additions to the list of key issues that we've presented. So with that, we'll take questions.
Great, thank you for the presentation and the staff report. I think what we will do is start with questions from the Planning Commission. You have questions for staff or Heather?
Thank you, Mayor Dawson. Could you put the last slide back up? Do you mind?
Sure.
Okay. I will just to give my fellow planning commissioners a little more time to think of great questions. Stall for a second that feel a little unprepared to answer all these right now, but we'll do our best. So I will ask first on the planning commission, anyone have any questions they wish to? Commissioner Farzan?
Thank you. So with respect to the alternatives, is that language we would be looking at? What does that mean, since it says ordinance drafting after the fact? So that's first question. And then with respect to the priorities 1 through 5, wouldn't wildfire management be the top priority, since that's the reason we were thinking about changing the tree ordinance? Thank you.
You're going to answer and then we'll do one at a time, or do you want to?
I can go ahead and answer.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
So for the question 2A about the alternatives, the idea there is that we are coming to you with not a full developed ordinance, but before we get into the language development, really going down to what direction are we going? If we're talking about replacement trees, what number are we looking at? So we'll hopefully come with 2 or 3 options for each kind of major question or issue that we've gone through. And obviously there'll be more detail when we're coming. But the idea is to get those alternatives hammered out before we begin to develop the actual language of the ordinance. And the idea of this alternative joint meeting ahead of the ordinance schedule is that then when reviewing the ordinance, most of the issues have kind of been hammered out, and it's less getting into the language and more about refining it. And I'm sorry, would you repeat your second question?
Sure. With respect to the 5 priorities that were listed, I'm assuming that's in priority order.
It is not.
It is not. Okay, so if it's not, then you can ignore my question.
Commissioner Mason?
Under item 4, under item 4, I have, well, I don't want to say suggestions, but 2 things that I was wondering if people think should be considered. Since we are talking about wildfire, but there's 2 other things that would fall under the umbrella. We have a lot of narrow tree-lined streets where, you know, a tree comes down, branches come down, the roads could be blocked, both for emergency access and for people escaping. And whether or not we should start having traffic or somebody else start doing an inventory to see where we are at most at risk. The other issue is we talk about wildfire, but my other is like for going back on the first one, you know, if we are just looking at this as Lafayette or also taking Moraga in with it, because there's only so many ways out of Moraga and 3 of them go through Lafayette. They're all narrow 2-lane roads. And anybody who's tried to go to Moraga at, you know, St. Mary's graduation can see how those roads get backed up. We may not be able to get emergency vehicles in and get everybody else out at the same time. The second thing is along the same lines is there's I have a concern about the creeks, and again, the same thing, trees, branches coming back, creating like a little dam, and we could have some flooding. Last 2 winters, we've had some very severe storms. You know, I regularly visit Mendocino, and trees down there are very, very common occurrence. So I just wanted to toss that out for something for people to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mason. I think I'll just back up a minute. I think what might be good is if we can get questions for staff and Heather from planning, then we'll get questions from council, which may be the same, but may be different. And then I think it might be best to help staff to go question by question. So your comments there can definitely fit in. We can, you know, add that to our discussion after public comments. So are there any more questions from the commission?
The only question I would have for staff would be on the need for the joint meeting. Does it have to be a yes, no now? Could it be something that could be reviewed and decided on, or is it an absolute yes, no? So that would be my question. That's all I have. And anyone else on planning? That's all we have, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There is no requirement that a decision be made now. It would be handy because both bodies are in the room, but certainly future meetings will be held with each body individually, and we could come back with that question. That is all.
Okay, thank you. City Council, any questions? Councilmember Cantel.
So question, the first one that came up is in the safety element, we only have that one program. Is that we only have that one? So that addressed emergency removal of trees, not necessarily removal for defensible space. And I was wondering if is that in the safety element somewhere else?
Yes, The one program that's referenced here is the only program or policy that references the tree protection ordinance itself specifically. There are in fact many policies and programs referencing vegetation management and defensible space under the wildfire section of the safety.
That's what I remember too. And I'm like, it just it seemed odd that we only talked about this one. And so can we add things like, like looking at MOFD and and talking to Confire about their new ordinances as well too, right? We can do that, right? That's
Absolutely.
And then the other one, under your wildfire management, bullet, it seems like it's still restricted. Like if you've got an oak tree that's a protected tree and it's in the defensible space, you didn't put a carve out for that. Is that something that we can carve out as well?
We have not gone into the very specific on what we want to talk about. We're definitely very interested in Confire's new defensible space and want to have a longer dialogue with them about that and how it interfaces with the tree ordinance. We absolutely are interested to sort out how our more desirable and kind of heritage-like trees might be preserved, but also paying attention to defensible space for homeowners. Thank you. Thank you.
I was just reflecting on what's changed since the last time that we did the tree ordinance. And, obviously fire management's the same, whatever, but we're also hearing, of course, homeowners insurance and fire homeowners are directing a lot of this mitigation vegetation management. That wasn't the case before. Is that something that you would consider adding to the tree ordinance? Like, if you're being forced to cut down a tree because your homeowner's insurance is mandating it for you to keep insurance, is that different kind of carve out, or is that kind of tracked under the standard, fire mitigation?
It's definitely not mentioned by name in our current tree protection ordinance. I think that's an excellent suggestion and something that we can certainly look into as part of this update.
Councilmember Andrew?
We already have an exception in the tree protection ordinance. It's B3 to maintain defensible space on land covered by flammable material. Has that not been sufficient to cover the situation that was mentioned? It seems to me that that would cover it.
I think the desire here is to make the tree protection ordinance very clear in how it should be implemented. And while there may be a policy or program in the safety element that describes a situation, we want to be very explicit so that homeowners can read the ordinance and understand exactly how it would be implemented on their property. So we will pull more thoroughly from the safety element and make sure that the cross-pollination of these documents is more explicitly described so that someone that reads the ordinance knows exactly what's allowed and what's not allowed, or what documentation they will need in order to remove a tree with or without a permit. Does that answer your question?
I'll hold for the comment period.
Thank you. Since this is a kickoff meeting on this topic, and I see that we'll be working with Heather Coleman for quite a bit of length of time this year, I'd like to invite you to just introduce yourself and give a 30 to 60 second about your background working with tree ordinances. What other cities have you worked with? What advice do you have for us as we kick off this process here, and just give you a little bit more of an opportunity to introduce yourself.
Wow. Okay. I don't feel very prepared for this, but I'm a planner and I have focused on ordinance updates for a long time. I used to work for another firm where we prepared comprehensive zoning ordinance updates. I have been working for myself since 2017. I've done a lot of work with the city of Alameda. Updated some zoning to match its housing element, done various projects like bird safe buildings, minimum wage ordinance, a whole variety of issues. And I'm actually working with them right now to create a tree ordinance. They don't have one yet. So these are my first two tree ordinances. So I don't come as a tree expert. I come more as somebody who enjoys crafting zoning ordinances so that they can be clear and easy to use, but also, I guess, defensible. So yeah, I really enjoy writing code, which not everyone does. So, and then out this way, I did a little bit of work for Walnut Creek, working on their SB 9 ordinance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there are any other questions? Okay, then at this point, I will turn it over to public comment to see if there are questions or comments from the public.
Mayor Dawson, yes, I have a couple of speaker slips for persons in the meeting room. First speaker is Allison Hill, to be followed by David Clark.
You'll see the green light, yeah.
Seems to be staying red. Red's on? Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor Dawson and City Council and Planning Commissioners. I am on the Parks, Trails and Rec Commission, but I'm here as a citizen and a friend of oak trees. The area I live in, the original subdivision from the 1940s, is named Lafayette Oaks. I have 10 oak trees on my third of an acre, a couple quite large and others of medium size, mostly valley oaks, but 3 coastal live oaks as well. Some years ago, I worked with the city. I had a wonderful, huge heritage oak that had to come down. And later on, I'll make comments about arborists. And one arborist says, oh, it just needs a good pruning, and gave it a good pruning, after which it looked very sick. And so I called in a biologist tree expert who said that it was dying and that the roots on the uphill side were dying, probably from when the road went in the 1940s, and that I needed to have it down or it would fall on my house next winter. So I went through the city process. And actually, it wasn't on my property, it was on the city's property. But as the city functions, the city didn't plant it, but I didn't plant it. But anyway, thousands of dollars later, my beautiful tree was gone. I want to talk about the importance of oaks in our environment. They're very much native to the environment, don't always like what we do to their environment, but they're really important. There's a biologist named Doug Tellamy who is active in the Bring Back the Natives and does a lot of talks about the valley oak, Quercus lobata, being a keystone species. It supports everything from bugs and oakworms to birds, squirrels, deer eating the acorns. It's the vital thing in amongst all the native plants. So we have to give them special respect. And one thing I'm suggesting in this process, that in addition to our zoning and planning experts, we have experts in oaks or native trees. That's somewhat more than an arborist. Arborists cover quite a range. Many are excellent. A few are less so, as you can see when you look around your neighborhood at some of the trees that have been somewhat butchered. But we need someone who really understands them and what they need, and to that be part of the process. In the past, we had a couple of very knowledgeable planning commissioners, the legendary Gina Telovich, who lectured everyone on native species and put in the requirements as to what should be planted. And then also Karen Maggio, who's a master gardener and is knowledgeable about that. Whoops. Now, fire safety is really important, but we have to balance that with climate change and the need for shade to keep everything from drying out. So that's a really tricky part of what is written.
Thank you, Allison. Appreciate your comments.
David Clark.
Some of this has been mentioned already. I'm not familiar at all with the tree ordinance, but I wasn't sure if the defensible space aspects were in there or not. And I'm glad to see that you're going to address that. A couple of things I thought I'd pass on just in case it's helpful, that I live up by the reservoir, and farmers dropped our fire insurance coverage late last year. And started to look around, and one option that we had was to try to create some defensible space. And I was kind of curious, I'm an accountant, but I was kind of curious, what's the benefit? I mean, what's the trade-off in terms of, it turns out the farmers and between farmers and the state coverage, they offer a discount of between 2 and 4% of the premium. So figure $4,000 premium, even if it's 5%, it's $200. So the incentive from the insurance companies, not huge in terms of creating a defensible space. And I'm not sure how that plays into what might wind up being in the ordinance, but I mean, just FYI, that's kind of what's out there. And at least with respect to that company. And I haven't looked into taking down a tree or two, but I imagine it's far more expensive than that. So I think the economics that I realize the city's not going to address the economics. I doubt you're going to provide a discount for anybody, but that's kind of what is happening. Another thing that might be material is that some of the feedback we got from the insurance, from farmers for the non-fire coverage was that it's not just us, it's not just my house on a sloping hill on a narrow street, it's all my neighbors. So I could create this defensible space and it's great, but if the neighbors aren't doing the same thing, it may not result in an overall reduction for the insurance costs for the coverage of that particular neighborhood. But anyway, there's a couple of fragmentary thoughts I thought I'd pass on.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers cards for persons in the meeting hall, but I have Rob Lavoie virtually.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I just had a couple sort of random questions and thoughts after looking at this. I was thinking that suggesting sort of goals and safety standards versus like boilerplate mandates would be helpful. We've definitely got a lot of conflicting interests, with the insurance canceling a lot of people's policies. You get the squirrels planting trees all the time. So the fire safety hazard is constantly growing. I wanted to know what peer cities we were comparing to. If somebody could rattle that off. I like John's suggestion about, I think it was John's suggestion about the maybe like waiving the permit fee, or if the tree is required to be removed for insurance purposes. I know Mike Anderson said he paid $6,000 to remove a big tree once. And obviously, if you have to pay that much, that's a big challenge. If your insurance is telling you that you're going to lose your insurance over that. I also know there's conflicts with the, trees on the city property, but you're required to take care of them. My neighbor across the street had a tree that was on his easement, and he asked the city to fix it, and they told him that he had to fix it and pay for it. Let's see. I guess that's it for my questions. Oh, what it says talks about stakeholders. Is that just residents, or is there some other parties that are providing feedback on this? So thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
There are no additional speakers at this time.
Okay, thank you. So just to cover Rob's questions then, what peer cities are we comparing with at this point that you have in mind?
We haven't yet picked the peer cities. We'll try to do it's going to depend on which issues we're looking at, but I have information I already have some information from Concord, Walnut Creek. Palo Alto has one that the arborist recommended, and that's very well developed. So there are quite a few number of cities in the area that do have tree ordinances, including Fremont, Hayward. Oakland has a very limited one, but Walnut Creek has a very elaborate one. So I think I'll be working with staff to target that work a little bit. but we're open to input on who the peer cities should be.
Yeah,
Gonna follow up?
I do. I think it'd be really important to focus on some cities that are in very high fire hazard severity areas, right? And so if Oakland doesn't, that's too bad because that would be a good one because they've got a big area that's in the high zones. But on the peninsula, there's a couple of cities that are in very high.
Okay, and the next question, let's see here. Oh, that one statement that we could clarify is city easement and private property. That's something we could talk about. But what other stakeholders? I think you mentioned a few, but if you could kind of generally say who those might be.
Sure. It was a good question because the citizens are the stakeholders. But as I mentioned, there are individuals who either have reason to interact with the tree regulations on a regular basis or who are very interested in this issue. So I've spoken to somebody at the fire district, spoken to somebody in the engineering department and public works department. We'll be talking to a couple, some citizens who've been active in this issue, some organizations that have been active in this issue. And I met with a group of arborists who have done work in Lafayette. And I'll also be speaking to some city officials. So that's who we have on the stakeholder list right now.
Thank you. Can
And
you?
it looks like
the,
our,
fire officials, the Moraga Orinda or Contra Costa Fire, or both probably, for the fire officials you might be speaking with?
I spoke to somebody at Contra Costa
Contra Costa.
Fire
okay.
District.
I would suggest also our neighbor fire district, they have admirable fire protections and a little more, I wouldn't say tree ordinances, but they've built out more of their fire safe defensible space requirements. Okay,
Excuse me, Mayor Dawson, do you mind if I just add to that?
Yes, please.
answer? We are also planning to put a survey out. We're envisioning it be two parts, one more general so that anyone can include their thoughts, and one that's more specific to those that have already applied for a tree permit and had experience with it, and so can weigh in on the process itself. When we have it up, we will put it on our current webpage for the tree permit, and we will make an announcement in the weekly roundup.
great. Thank you for that. All right.
Mayor
uh,
Dawson, excuse
yes.
me, Council or Commissioner Mason had a comment. Is it all right if he's?
Oh, yes,
Just
please.
real quickly, one good city as a peer city is Menlo Park. I've dealt with them a lot. They have an excellent tree ordinance. They're very aggressive through their planning. And they also have a very good list of tree experts that they will use on there. Not just arborists, basically, because a very large portion of their projects require deep tree reports as part of their application. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay. We've gone through the comments and questions, so let's get down to the questions that staff is asking us to do. So we'll do this as I thought, unless other people have different suggestions, but I think it would be good to start with the first question. Do you support undertaking the TPO update at this time? And obviously, you as a planning commission might have different perspectives of what you hear, what the problems are, and timing on that. So we'll start with maybe your discussion on that, and then we'll follow up with ours and see what we can come up with.
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone have any discussion items? Can we put those up there? Like,
Oh, thank you.
Commissioner Farsong?
I don't think the tree issue has come up a lot in terms of projects, except it comes up with tree removal and replacement. So it does come up, but I don't think we've had any controversy over it. I would say, at least on my time on the planning commission, obviously I'll defer to my colleagues if they think differently. I think this is a good idea to move forward with it. The only thing I would always say is, do we have the resources with everything else that we have in terms of priorities for this to fit in? That's just the way I think of everything. Those are my comments on number one. Thank you.
Vice Chair Radnich?
I do think that with the timing of the safety element, that it does make sense to move forward with updating the tree ordinance.
And I would support looking at it as well, so moving forward with the update.
All right.
you.
Council, bring it back to council on this particular question. Do we have support or comments on the timing?
I support it. I agree with the safety element and how we're getting through all those elements. It makes sense to do it now.
Councilmember Quack?
Well, I'm delighted to finally see this item on our agenda this year. I'm 100% of support to do this year. In fact, I'm very happy to be talking about trees here on Earth Day. So happy Earth Day, everybody. That aside, I think I would like to just put some context into why this project is important this year. What we didn't know in 2003 when the ordinance was first done was that when we fast forward to today, 21 out of 22 of the hottest years ever measured have been since 2003 when we established this. The last 10 years have been the hottest on our planet, and last year, 2003, was the hottest of all. In fact, March, which we just passed, some of you have read that, it was the hottest March ever recorded. So the last 20 years have been completely unprecedented in the climate of our planet and the changes that we have as a community face because of that. And I think it's very important for us to look at this document and this project as planning for the next 20 years, which is not going to get better, it's going to get more harsh. And so we need to really detach ourselves from or re-look at the assumptions of what this whole thing was about and reestablish our priorities for the next 20 years to make our community safe, which is a key part of our vision statement. And so let me then say just as far as why this should be a priority, and I'll take a page out of Councilmember McCormick's suggestion to keep suggestions to just 3 things. Number 1, my priority would be, how can we make the new tree protection ordinance enhance the public safety? Number 2, how can the new tree protection ordinance enhance the public safety? And number 3, how can the new tree protection ordinance enhance the public safety? And I say that not as a joke because there are going to be many conflicting devils in the details when this comes up. There's a lot of issues here that are very emotional for our community that will be in conflict with each other. And so I think it's helpful for us to have at least one central organizing thought, a touchstone that we come back to every time we're going to run into some issues that we don't know how to deal with. I would argue that public safety is number 1 and that we need to come back to that to help resolve and keep this project moving forward in 2024. Thank you.
I'll take that as strong support for timing. Councilmember Nduri.
Well, Councilmember Quack, I thought you were going to go in a different direction there. I'm kind of tongue in cheek here, but when you were talking about the changes since 2003 and the climate change, I thought you were going to be arguing for planting more trees so we get more CO2 absorbed, or planting more trees so we would have a cooler environment, which I also see as very important objectives. So while we might differ on what the sole objective is of doing this redo of the tree protection ordinance, I think we should do it this year. But when we get into comments and what we should focus on, I might take a little different perspective than Councilmember Quack's.
Okay, I think that answer to that question, because I am also in support that the time is now. And I would say it's kind of interesting because I think even though all this is happening with climate and now fire seasons are getting worse and worse, it's still very new how cities are addressing this, obviously, because even as you look at other city plans, I don't think you'll find a good marriage of this. And so we're endeavoring to do something that many other cities are in the high fire zones particularly, and it is going to be very complex. So the sooner we start, the better, I would say. So that's a good I think on getting going on the update timing. Number 2 question. Oh, okay. So it's back to you. Planning Commission, feedback on the process and work plan. So maybe you can put that particular graphic up.
Any comments from Planning Commission? Commissioner Mason?
No specific comments, but I would like to see if we can do a better job of outreach to get more public input here. I mean, you compare what we're doing now to when we're doing the housing element. we had a lot of people involved in the housing. Since then, 3 speakers, and this does affect more than 3 speakers, especially since we are talking about, I don't want to say difficult issues, but people have different priorities just from, the council members, before us. So that's all I would like to say about that.
Thank you. Any other comments on that or discussion? Okay,
I think we're good. Thank you.
all right. How about up here, Councilmember Andre?
Yeah, I have strong support for the optional planning commission city council meeting. I think it'll be very important for us to get together and talk about get a report from staff and our consultant before we get into the detailed drafting.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yeah, I want to say the idea of the survey, normally surveys I'm actually a little leery of sometimes, but I think the survey, especially on the ones people have gone through the ordinance process before and getting feedback on that, is just phenomenal, right? I mean, we want to make it easy to understand. It sounds like that's a goal. I also just question too, I want to make sure, I mean, the community engagement is great. I mean, I want to make sure, I don't know what expertise. I mean, I'm slightly concerned this is your first tree ordinance. I mean, I'm sure you're great, but it's like, I am a little worried about that because it's a really significant issue for us. And so I think where the expertise is coming in and who the experts are that are kind of testifying, it'd be great to have that. Hearing from the community and then I just don't know where that fits in there. I don't know if it's in the research analysis phase, but I would just like to, make sure we kind of know who's weighing in on that, but I'm sure it'll go fine. But
Any other comments? Okay. I would just agree on the community engagement. As many of you know, I've worked on some tree issues before, and it's been called the big circus tent issue because everybody might have an opinion and come from different angles about preservation, conservation, fire safety, what that means. So as much as we can get the word out that, plus it does affect homeowner property. It affects insurance. That's very sensitive issues. And how much is the city, willing to kind of move into that will be something that we all need to consider. So I do think that'll be very important to get the public outreach and expand on what we can. And as I mentioned before, this is new. So I trust that if you're into writing code, you're also into the research. So that's going to be the big thing, is just what's out there will be the big thing in bringing it back. And I also support the joint because I think we're better together, more minds on it. So I think that's a go with this particular process you have laid out. And the number 3, this is a good one. And I think you've kind of touched on it before, but what are your goals for this update and what would you like to see come out of it?
Commissioner Mason?
Well, actually, my main goal is I would just like to get everybody engaged. I can't tell you how many times something's come up before the planning commission. I mean, the little car wash across from Akalani's school. It'd been zoned that way for 20 years. Nobody complained when they changed the zoning. Then at the last minute, everybody wanted to get their advice in. What I don't want to have is a situation we make the change, and then at the last minute, everybody comes out of the woodwork and says, hey, it says keeping it semi-rural. You're cutting down too many trees. So that's what I want to, my goal is to just get the word out as best we can. So right, wrong, or indifferent, that, hey, everybody knows what we're doing, why we're doing it, and our priorities are really, really clear to everybody. Thank you.
Vice Chair Radnich?
I have a couple of which are based off of public comment tonight. So based off public comment, I do think it's important that there's a clear understanding about trees that do fall within the city's easements. I do agree with the public comment that it's important that we reach out to experts, not just arborists, experts specifically in oaks or other type trees. And then personally, I think it's important that there are very clear objective requirements in the TPO.
Commissioner Farsan, go ahead.
So I think public engagement is really important, but I will note, I'm a bit of a pragmatist here. We're going into May and into the summer.
Yeah.
So this is the issue that happens a lot in Lafayette. Big important issues come up when people are not here or super busy. So engagement is really important from all angles to make sure people are involved. So we don't have the, why did you do this during the summer while we were out of town? So I just put that out there pragmatically to make sure it gets out there. And going back to what was said earlier, we need to understand the world has changed from 2003 until now. I'm a huge fan of trees. One of the reasons we moved out to Lafayette was because of the way it looks. I have massive oaks in my house, and I hope to God that they never die. But I know there are more important issues there, so we need to be clear about what we're looking for and getting it from all angles. Thank you.
And two things I would add on the outreach. I think there's a lot of things coming at people, and the summer months issue is important. So I guess I would want it to be sold a little as some of the extremes to get people's interest. For instance, I'm just, for no particular reason, it popped into my mind, a flyer saying, do you want all the trees removed in Lafayette or do you want more? That's going to evoke people to go, ooh, maybe I should say something. So I would advise something of, grand, big ideas kind of thinking.
Mhm.
And then to what Vice Chair Radnich said, which is off of some of the public comments on how to measure trees for mitigation. My day job has a lot of legalese, and I find it's really nice once in a while to put in a simple example that uses real world numbers. It says, for example, 2 trees at this equals this, and something that and I don't know that that's an issue other than reading this comment, but sometimes legalese, and I'm not a lawyer and I have nothing against lawyers, too much against, but simple examples sometimes are better than really craftily worded things. So I would suggest that as well. Anyone else? Commissioner Mason?
Last thing is, I think, and again, Menlo Park does a great job of this. I think if we're talking about thinning out trees, we should also provide real clear guidance to help protect the trees that we want to keep. I know like Menlo Park, their city has brochures, okay? Here's where the roots are, okay? You don't want to put more than another foot of soil up above the trees. Here's the spread, here's, all those things there which, help us care for the heritage oaks. Because the thing about oaks is, they're really hard to tell when they're dying until they're really, really dead. And so I think if we approach it from both sides, it will help the public. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. All right, comments on this question, Councilmember Nduri.
Okay, so I'll take a first pass. I may come back after everyone's spoken to, because I think this is a very important ordinance. I was delighted when we actually got an ordinance in 2003. I acknowledge what's happened since 2003. So I think that is an important reason for looking at this, also looking at the experience that we've had. But I will say that I think that this is a critical ordinance for the community. I think the trees in the community are just part of the fabric, what makes it Lafayette. We have this, I'll refer to it as a clash between the two types of goals here. I mean, when the tree ordinance was adopted, the idea was to preserve as many of the trees and in fact get more tree cover within Lafayette with primarily oaks and natives. Now, of course, we have the situation where we need to, of course, be aware of what the wildfire danger is. I agree that we need to consult with experts on oak trees, but I think we need to go a level above that also. And I would encourage us to consider whether we go into academia or find expertise in the relationship between urban forestry and wildfire danger. Because I'm sure there are people who are thinking about this. This idea, there's a good article in the New York Times today, at least it was online, about the tree cover. It was the woman who lives in Nashville and writes about it. Very important for cities to be planting more trees. And I think that's true for Lafayette as well. The question, how does that relate to the need we have to provide a defensible space and protect against wildfire? I hope we can find somebody who's out there thinking about that bigger picture and can give us advice, because I think this really is a critical ordinance. I'm concerned, and maybe I'm going on to number 4 now, but I'm concerned about the oak trees that are being cut down now without people getting permits. I think we need to think about how we enforce this ordinance, and I realize how difficult it is. I mean, I speak as someone who has a neighbor who cut down an enormous heritage oak tree while I was out of town. You know, those don't grow back in less than 60 or 70 years. So how do we protect the trees we have? Because I don't know if what we can do, but I know we're losing a lot of trees. I'm concerned about, of course, what insurance companies are requiring. I'm concerned about what that might lead to in terms of people coming in and providing that as the reason for an application. I think we need to think about how that applies. There's just it's very complicated. If we don't complete this year because it's that complicated, I'm not worried about it. I think we just need to think it through and get it right rather than get it completed this year.
Thank you. Councilmember McCormick?
Yeah, I was echo a couple things. So I think this is probably one of those things. This is one of those 2 or 3 big touch points that the but the general citizen is going to be hitting the city, right? The tree ordinance is going to hit a lot of us. And so I agree. I think I'd rather take it rather than, the timeline was great, but if it takes a little bit longer to get it right, that's totally worth it. I have insurance top of mind because we just got notified by our homeowners insurance company. And as part of the notification that they were thinking about cutting, about dropping us, they identified a bunch of trees to come down, right? And so this is with, looking at like a Google Earth kind of map, right? And so I am really worried that, we've got these great ambitions, but yet we've got these external forces that could be forcing people to make some really tough choices. And if we can't really guide them through the process and have the city be an aid, not a hindrance, so which again, come back to the surveying and community engagement and just making it like it's never be pleasant, but at least just kind of like, we're not really in the way, we're helping them and guiding them. I would love that. And if that takes a little more time, that does. So that's just be my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, thank you. I think so. I think for me, it would be clarity on mitigations, what that means. And, we were talking about trade-offs here. If someone needs to do that to preserve insurance, then maybe that's a different type of mitigation impact fee than something like, be creative about how we can keep our balance of keeping the canopy that we need and one as part of our defense against climate change. But also doing what we need to do to support people if they need to do for defensible space. At the same time, protecting our heritage trees, which have made Lafayette for so many of us. So there's a lot. So I think that's why it needs this needs to be a big, kind of umbrella right now. And I would say the priority for why we actually brought this is because of the wildfire piece, but it doesn't mean that we don't honor the protections that we put in place. So just trying to find that balance will be interesting, and we'll look forward to the work. So.
I do have one comment also on the goals for the TPO update, and let me just use the word firewise, because our community we're pressing our residents to increasingly band together to join firewise communities. I think just a few years ago, we only had 4 or 5 communities, and now we have over 20. So we're doing very well in getting increased public embracing of the firewise best practices, and that would involve vegetation, hardening our homes, and vegetation management within 5 feet, 50 feet, and so forth. And I would like, as a goal for the TPO update, to make it easier on residents who are part of the Firewise program to not have like conflicts between what Firewise is asking them to do and what our tree ordinance has in place. And this is just an area I think a couple people have mentioned. How do we have objective standards that can people understand, or how to use plain language, or all the things that have already been mentioned. But I would just tie it under, look, we're marching towards a Firewise guidance, and there's specific those types of guidelines. So I would again bring that into a way of framing how we make it easier for our residents to comply and to harden their homes and manage their vegetation.
Thank you. I want to touch on actually some public comments that came in written form. One was about discretion. Sometimes there's different ways mitigation has been allowed. And I think it's really important to keep that similar, consistent across the board in terms of enforcement or mitigation process, whatever it should be. And enforcement is the other issue. It's a good point. How would we enforce it? And that's something as a whole for, you know, whatever it be, land use code or this, that's still going to be an issue for us to make sure we're shoring up. Yes, please.
So along with the Firewise, we have to also say with Confire has put down new requirements, mandates. They just haven't enforced them yet.
Right. Wait, is that July 1st?
Uh,
Is that coming up this year? We should
No,
look.
I don't think they had a date.
Mm.
I would find out if there was a date.
There's a date. And I might suggest a nonprofit organization out of Palo Alto called Canopy. They do this. Palo Alto is a tree city, and you know, Canopy goes around and educates people. They have ecological advisors. They have all sorts of advisors and work with CAL FIRE too. So they might be a resource. If not, I'm sure they'd be very interested otherwise, because other cities might be looking to them. So it'd be somebody to at least make a call to. All right. Okay, those are the 4 questions. Do you have enough information? Oh, sorry.
Did we actually do number 4?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We did 3. Okay.
Well, long conversation. Okay. So number 4. Okay, the key issues list. If you could put the key issues list back up, and then Planning Commission, I'll turn it over to you for your suggestions on any edits.
Just wanted to note that there are 5 slides with key issues, so we're going to go with
Oh.
the first that lists the broad
Just
topics.
abroad. Yes, that'd be right.
Commissioner Mason?
Yeah, I think we really do need to differentiate with trees. As far as I'm concerned, if you cut down every eucalyptus and pine tree in the city, it wouldn't bother me a bit. Just don't touch the oaks. What I do want to do is referencing your neighbor that cut down the big tree. We went through that. Our next door neighbor had a 350-year-old oak, 6 feet in diameter. Probably should have cut it down, but it fell, and it fell the other way. If it had fallen 180 degrees, it would have gone right through the house. And then somebody else, you know, another neighbor across the street cleaned up some of theirs. So I'd like to get, so we don't have these disputes between neighbors, having a group of people who really know oaks, who could come to consensus saying, yeah, this oak is dying. We may not need to take it out now, but we do need to, and look at it as life safety. Because I mean, even experts, I mean, remember the city of Walnut Creek, their motto, that big oak tree fell diagonally across that intersection. That had happened on a Wednesday at 5 o'clock at rush hour traffic. That could have been really, really bad. So we do, independent of fire, we do need to look at trees for life safety. There's so many of them, hey, if it falls, it could hurt a house, it could block the road or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you.
The only thing I would add is, it sparked from some of the comments you guys had about insurance.
Mhm.
I think we ought to have a section that calls out what insurance companies are, you know, their mandate's different. It's risk, you know, mitigation, financial risk for them and their stakeholders, their stockholders. That's completely opposed, and it's not wrong. It's just not what we're trying to do. So I think we should call it for what it is. We should identify what they're asking, just like, you had on the response in the Google Earth. I thought that was because maybe there's known mitigations that we could do instead and recommend those, or quite frankly, just push back and say, you know, but I don't know enough to know what I'm asking, other than I think we ought to look at what they're asking for and see, you know, the different aspects. A conflicted homeowner would say, lose insurance, pay more insurance, cut down a tree that we don't want to cut down, and which way should I go? So something that could address that. Anything else? Vice Mayor,
Chair.
Chair Radnich.
So while I do agree with the insurance topic, since we're talking about the 5 key issues and if there should be any additional, I do think the insurance is important, but that will also be ever changing every year. So I think we need to be very careful, and again, tied back to my earlier point about objective requirements, that if it is going to be included as a key issue that we're looking at, that we also leave enough room for flexibility, because something that might make sense because of one insurance company this year, 10 other insurance companies might not be doing it. In 3 years from now, it might not be a thing. So I don't know how we do that balance, but I think that should be considered if we are going to go down the insurance route.
Thank you. Councilor Renderi.
Well, I'll just jump in and say, I absolutely agree with the comments on the insurance companies. Later on this evening, there may be some comments about how we're doing things that Sacramento is dictating. I do not want to be doing things that insurance companies necessarily are dictating because they've got a different goal in mind. But that being said, there are practicalities, there are things we need to do. So it's very complicated. I think that needs to be taken into consideration. But I would not put something in there that says somebody comes in and says their insurance company says needs to be done, then it'll be done. It's more complicated than that. I'd like to consider in terms of key issues, enforcement. I don't know if that's anything we can write in here, but as long as we're doing this, we might as well review enforcement. And then one thing that's always struck me as interesting in our ordinance, there's no exception for dead trees. So if you've got a dead tree, you have to come in and pay the fee. And then even though the tree's dead and you're taking care of this wildfire risk on your property, you have to plant replacement trees. Anyway, I'd like to see that considered.
Yeah, I guess I think that we have several things that have been mentioned, I think come under the umbrella of education. How much of that is actually part of this process or something that we need to take on broadly? I think we've heard of educating like the kinds of trees that are good, kinds of trees that are bad, when you need to get a permit, what to do when your insurance company kind of tells you to cut down trees and you don't want to, what's some ammunition you can use in response. And so I think we have this opportunity actually as part of this thing to really help have a much more educated populace. How we do that, and we don't want to blow up the scope so much that you just never get it done. So maybe it comes back to us or another one of the commissions. But I think I think this is the opportunity for education to be, I would like to see it one of the key priorities that we look at, even if it's just a set of recommendations that somebody else has to work on implementing it with our communications department and so on.
Thank you. I agree with that. I would be wary of scope creep though, because I know we have our priorities laid out. But if to do that in the guise of wildfire safety, since that is a priority, would make sense. Like what not to plant because it's a fire, less fire retardant than other plants would be good. I would probably say, I think what's important is to know what works. So in the survey, what is working for people. I know I don't have anything to add to that, but in some of the details here, I think that this was the case before, that any agency and even the city should be, of course, subject to the same rules, whether that be a utility, like PG&E obviously is a big one. They have state standards they have to follow for utilities. So, how, of course, we would want to collaborate with that. But we need to make sure that so we've heard from many residents that they've overcut trees, cut the wrong tree. It's like, we don't want to get tangled up in that, but at the same time, we need to be, make sure that people go through the process so we know what they're doing. So that's still important. Other than that, I don't have anything particular to add or edit. I think it's pretty big, actually, scope here as it is. But I think as a priority, wildfire management, because it is a council priority as well, would be a good way to streamline if you need to.
So to the question of, do we agree with the list of key issues or any comments on the key issues? I'll keep it to 3 at the moment. Number 1, as a stakeholder, this has already been mentioned, but to include our fire district, Con Fire, as a key stakeholder in the discussions and ensuring that they participate in this process with us. The second thing, there was a question asked in the staff report about should there be a distinction between downtown and residential districts? And I definitely think that makes sense. But in addition, on the residential districts, I would like to further divide it into residential districts that are in very high fire severity zones versus those that are not, right? I think that we might, I'm not saying that we will have different rules for them, but at least through this process, we should consider that much of the city north of Highway 24 is in a different situation than those south of the Highway 24. The third comment would be on mitigation planting. On that topic, my question would be that should the replacement trees, do they have to go on the same property, or can they go somewhere else, somewhere nearby in our community? Could they go into a regional park? Could they go into another local agency like East Bay Regional Park District? Could we plant the tree in East Bay mud land or another city or agency? Could they host the replacement trees in a more sustainable manner than just to think more broadly than the tree has to be on the same property? And I can already think of a name for that. Will be Lafayette Grove, wherever it will be. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that answer your questions? And I believe, let me make sure we're covering our staff request here. Oops.
That was incredibly helpful. Thank you so much for your thorough responses. This will give us plenty of direction, some conflicting, but that is the nature of the beast. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Heather. Look forward to working with you. And Arlie, thank you for the work on the staff report, and Planning Commission. Appreciate you being here and your input. Thank you very much. All right. The organized agenda. Okay, we will move on to agenda item 8, the city manager's update. You're up, Maru. Thank you. You're ready.
Apologies for the delay. Good evening, everyone. This is an update on the activities undertaken by all city departments. From engineering, a second public open house for the Connecting Lafayette project has been scheduled for May the 1st, which is next Wednesday, at the Lafayette Elementary School between 6 and 8 p.m. This is a project that calls for ped bike pathways around Stanley Middle School and access to Lafayette Elementary School. In addition to the open house, there will be an online survey for the project after the meeting, and input from the open house and the survey will help to shape the conceptual designs, which will be discussed at the Transportation and Circulation Commission meeting in June and before the City Council in July. From Parks, Trails, and Recreation, the Senior Services Commission is having its age-friendly community meeting this Thursday at 10 a.m. in this very location. And all these meetings, links to those meetings and reports can be found on the website. The two parks collaborative concept, which are improvement of two city-owned spaces. One is a Lee Creekside Park on Moraga Boulevard, and the other is the gazebo at Mount Diablo Boulevard and Golden Gateway. The two parks collaborative concept meeting will be held at 3 p.m. on Saturday at the gazebo. from the city's Public Art Commission is this message: we're searching for walls. Public Art Committee is looking for mural sites on downtown buildings, on the public facing walls of downtown buildings. Property owners with high visibility sites downtown can contact the Public Art Committee through the website. And to note that this mural program, which is city funded, it covers the funding for the mural and logistics. So all we're looking for is blank walls. Thank you. And finally, the last week, city and chamber representatives gathered in groups of 2 and visited local businesses. This twice a year check-in was started by Councilmember Anduri last year and has been quite well received in the business community. And the purpose of these check-ins, they're informal. We don't tell people we're coming. We drop in to see how the business is doing and how the city and the chamber can help. And Council members Anduri and McCormick, Assistant Planning Director Sonia Urzua, and I had the good fortune to team with chamber representatives. And speaking for just my partner Matt Pease and myself, we covered the block from Safeway to Whole Foods. The walkabout was productive, and the overwhelming response from the businesses was that they were very happy to be in Lafayette and they enjoyed this community. And that's all for my update.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council, city manager? Are there any public comments on the city manager's report?
Mayor Dawson, I have no hands raised, but I do have a participant in our virtual audience who would like to speak with us. Sarah.
Sarah, do you have a comment about city manager's report?
I do, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to move my phone off of my car, so bear with me for 1 second. My apologies. I guess I'll just sit in the car real quick. I just wanted to say, because I had the opportunity to meet with the city manager, and I wanted to just share that, first of all, I am very grateful for the updates that come out in the almost daily briefing. I think it's incredibly informative, and more people should take up reading that because it is so thorough. And I know a lot of work goes into preparing that. It's obvious. So thank you so much for that. And also wanted to say thank you for taking time to meet. I'm a little surprised that that meeting wasn't discussed in the update. So I just would like for a little bit of an update to be provided regarding that, because it does come out of the kind of off the heels of a hotly debated topic. And I just wanted to just underscore that as city leaders and elected officials, I really would like to ask for you to demonstrate leadership and neutrality in a situation where there's lots of people on multiple sides of an issue, because that's what a true leader does. And if you can't demonstrate the neutrality, then it's hard to say why you would be a leader, because part of being inclusive is including everybody's side. And last week when I spoke, or during the last meeting when I spoke, I said that after a public comment, it was basically hypocritical to hear what was said. And Councilmember Anduri said that all you did was ask questions, but moments before that, Mayor Dawson said, we do not support what they are protesting. And that is not a question. And so I'd like to ask for her to recant that statement, please.
Sarah, are you finished with your public comment?
Yeah, sorry, I should.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other public comments of the city manager's report?
No, there is no additional public comments at this time.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move on to our next topic, which is exciting, which is presentations. And welcome Anatole from our planning department and our members of our environmental task force. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, council members and Mayor Dawson for setting aside the time to recognize members of our community tonight at the annual Green Awards. My name is Anatole. I'm an assistant planner, and I am also the staff liaison to the Environmental Task Force. 2023 was a big year for the ETF, and I'd like to briefly recognize some of the achievements before moving on to the Green Awards. The ETF implemented a free lending program at the community center starting in March 2023. Residents can choose from 2 types of battery-powered leaf blowers, as well as 2 types of portable induction cooktops to try at home. It's great for residents who are considering purchasing these electric types of equipment and they want to try it out first. And so far, 37 people have signed up to try one of the leaf blowers and 48 have signed up to try either of the induction cooktops. The City Council proposed the Gas Leaf Blower Ordinance 688 in September 2023 and adopted it later in October 2023. Then earlier this spring, the council allocated up to $10,000 for community education and awareness on this new law, which will go into effect on July 1st. And the ETF has started using these funds by purchasing lawn signs that are being distributed around town. Many signs are still available for residents to sign up to place a temporary lawn sign on their property. The ETF has also designed, ordered, and distributed trifold brochures, bilingual flyers in Spanish and English, and an insert in the La Miranda Weekly. Information is also available on the city website in Spanish and English, and the ETF continues planning for social media, videos, and other ways to get the message out to the public. Finally, many residents participated in the Cleaner Contra Costa Challenge last year, which helps students, families, and businesses learn how to reduce their environmental impact and take sustainable actions. As of March, more than 420 households are participating in the online challenge and collectively have saved almost 60 tons of CO2 in 2023. Before I move on to the Green Awards, I'd like to ask either of the ETF members present if I missed anything. Okay. So as for the Green Awards, the ETF received several deserving nominations this year, which was very exciting. After discussion and deliberation, the ETF has determined this year's winners for their sustainable actions during 2023 and into the beginning of 2024. I will now give Mayor Dawson the honor of announcing the winners of the Green Awards. If you are called, please come up to receive your award from former ETF Chair Nancy Hu. If you would approach the dais to get the awards from former chair. What did I say? Chair. Oh, I'm sorry, former chair. And I know that a couple nominees could not make it tonight, so we will still read their name and recognize them even if they can't come get their award.
Yes. And you know what I'll do is I think what I'll do is there's 8 awards and I will read each of their names and the short statement of why they are receiving this award. And then after that, we'll call you up so that you can receive your certificate. Okay. So yeah, and get a picture That's key. We have the cameras all ready. So, first off, congratulations to all the winners. This is, obviously excellence in pursuing sustainability and environmental improvements in our community. So we're very thankful for what you've done and want to recognize you. First off is for a student, Mary Laska, for environmental stewardship in high school and now at UC Berkeley, organizing community seminars and spearheading a program to repurpose food waste. Resident Elizabeth Deach for her advocacy within the Spring Hill Valley Homeowners Association during the organization's annual picnic day, setting up recycling and compost containers and encouraging residents to bring their own reusable foodware. For business, Mighty Market for providing usable and refillable containers for everyday items, encouraging residents to reduce waste from disposable packaging. Another resident, Christina Goddard, for being an administrator of the local Buy Nothing group, which encourages residents to share or swap items with neighbors to reuse and reduce unnecessary purchases. For resident Chuck Silva, for designing and installing a gray water system to reuse water for irrigation. For our community organization, Contra Costa Fruit Rescue, for harvesting or collecting fruit that would otherwise go to waste and donating it to feed those who need it. A school is another category, and that this year, the Green Award goes to White Pony Mayor School for incorporating sustainability into the classroom through education, gardening, composting, cooking with seasonal food, and a green waste system. And last but definitely not least, the Assistant League Thrift Shop for reusing and repurposing clothing, books, housewares, and other items to keep them out of the waste stream. For all your work, thank you very much and congratulations. So I'm going to come down and call your name, and once you're up here, and I invite council to come down so we can take photos with the winners. This is Alphonse. as everybody, oh, shoot, I was hoping, I forgot to mention if someone would want to come up, but is there any public comment on the Green Awards?
Mayor Dawson, I have no public speakers for this item.
Okay. Thank you so much. That was fun. And I think we should take just a couple minutes right now just for a small break and so we can, it's 7:30 now. If we come back at 7:35. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, it is 7:37 and we will reconvene the city council meeting. We are on item 10, the consent calendar. Are there any changes or adoption for the consent calendar other than item 10G, which is already removed and continued? Continued, I should say. Okay, is there anybody want to, oh, okay, is there any public comments for the consent calendar?
Mayor Dawson, I have no public comments for the consent calendar items.
All right. Can someone move to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
A second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
I am an aye. The consent calendar is adopted. And we will move on to old business. Greg Wolf, Sonia Urzwa, and Diana Elrod. Thank you and welcome for the housing element update.
Thank you, Mayor Dawson, members of the council, members of the public. We are back before you for our fourth meeting in the last 2 months. It started in February on the 26th, 2 in March, and this meeting in April. So 3 months. We have been, and I've used the term chipping away at the comments that HCD provided to the city in February on the 12th. And so we have had 5 meetings with HCD, our reviewer, and the senior program manager to work through each of those comments in turn. And so we're bringing to you this evening the final 2 or 3 outstanding issues that we seek direction on, and then are requesting your direction to resubmit to HCD. HCD, in our last meeting, we did not schedule another meeting because we've in their view adequately addressed the issues pending the outcome of tonight's meeting. So we find that very hopeful and would expect a positive letter from HCD if we are directed to resubmit, that when the rezoning is in place, that it will comply with state law.
Thank you.
Welcome. Oh, first slide.
I'm not going to read everything here, but you can tell that we've been working very diligently and meeting with between here in the council chambers as well as with HCD staff. And we had our final meeting with HCD on April 4th. Tonight's recommendation is to receive the presentation, provide feedback, and direct staff to resubmit the housing element to HCD. The decision points before you today are basically 3. The first is 949 Moraga Road. Should it be included in the opportunity sites inventory? We'll go through each one of these. The second one is the income distribution on vacant sites to meet the 50% threshold and to affirm the red lines in the text of the housing element.
And I will add one more item, which is the AFFH program action 2.5, the quarter or half mile map as requested by HCD.
Thank you. So I'll begin with keeping in the city-owned 949 Moraga Road in the and just as a reminder, this is a 35,000 square foot city-owned site. We would project 23 BMR below market rate units on this site. Keeping it in the inventory would require significant staff time and costs based on timing, et cetera, as outlined by HCD. Essentially, they want us to commit to making it happen within the 8-year period. Leaving it out would give the city more flexibility to implement other programs in the housing element and would not materially impact the inventory. However, obviously, there's been quite a lot of significant interest from the community in seeing the site develop for housing. Next slide, please. So in the revised, both in the staff report as well as in the revised implementation plan, these are all the steps that we would commit to, or the city would commit to make sure that these 23 BMR units are built within the 8-year time period. Even though it's a heavy lift, we believe that it's of significant import, and therefore we should keep it in the inventory. The second issue facing you is the question about the percentage of lower income distributed onto non-vacant sites. And as we've said before, that essentially state law says that in the calculation provided by HCD, we need to have less than 50% of the lower income units on non-vacant sites, or else we would have to make findings that show substantial evidence that the uses on those sites would discontinue within the 8 years, which is a higher bar that's difficult to demonstrate. Next slide, please. And based on the council approved inventory from November 13th, which used the RENA allocation distribution process for vacant sites, the city does not meet it for the threshold. You can see the bottom of the number is 57%. Next slide, please. This is just a full page, the front page from that particular housing inventory workbook, so that you can see how all those numbers lined up. We're not going to go through it. However, HCD has said we could meet the threshold of less than 50% on non-vacant sites with a different income distribution on those sites. In doing so, HCD has actually on several occasions raised these two concerns. One about overloading a site, especially a large sites or large sites plural, with too many lower income units, because you would come up against the no net loss provisions if vacant sites are skewed too far into lower income. That was number one. The second one was the concern about not meeting AFFH requirements for the distribution of lower income units throughout the community. Next slide, please. We believe, after much consideration and discussion, that we can meet the need to redistribute units on vacant sites in a distribution of 30% VLI, 30% LI, 20% mod, and 20% above mod, and get under 50%. You can see way down there in the bottom right corner, that's 49%. I want to say what the assumptions are on the left-hand side, which I believe this is also in the staff report. I'm not sure if this particular one is. I think it is. The 30-30-20-20 distribution of sites includes the roughly SB4 distribution for FBOs. I should mention that in this particular version, we did not include St. Anselm, I'm sorry, and the other one was St. Perpetua. We left them out, but we can still meet the number at 49%. Next slide, please. The third item before you is changes to the housing element itself. These include red lines indicating recent changes that were made to address HCD comments. Those things that are in yellow highlight indicate areas that we have to update following decisions made this evening, and these primarily include summaries of the inventory by income category, the narrative pertaining to vacant site densities and calculations therefrom, modifications to the individual site tear sheets, and any other modifications requested by the council. And our recommendation is to approve the housing element for submission to HCD with changes made tonight by the council. Next slide, please. This one is Greg's work.
So we mentioned this, I believe, at the last meeting, introduced it, and tonight on screen and in your staff report, you have maps illustrating it. So this is the first proposal for that program applicability, the geographic extent, the yellow being the extent, the outline of the downtown specific plan, and a quarter mile from that would put future residents well within multimodal walking, biking distance of the goods and services that are along the armature of Mount Diablo Boulevard. HCD came back with a comment to expand the program, and quarter mile is not usually the metric for walkability, bikeability, but rather half mile from transit. Many state bills and use the half mile metric. And so we came back and prepared a half mile map. That was quite extensive to go from the buffer. So in a way, the downtown specific plan area, the polygon in yellow, buffers off of the Mount Diablo Boulevard and to some extent Moraga Road, where goods and services and hopefully transit can be found. So we presented to HCD that taking a buffer from a buffer artificially inflates the area, and so presented a map which would have a half mile from the true boulevard where the goods and services are located. HCD's concern around this was, does it really increase the area which can find the program available to them? And it does. It's not a 100% increase, but it's a substantial enough increase for HCD to find it appropriate. There was an alternative we presented, which was a half mile based on, rather than the crow flies, which is on screen, by path of travel, so the street network, and that only provided an incremental increase above the quarter mile. It was so HCD did not find that change was significant and thus was not supportive of that. But the what is on screen before you, HCD can support, and it is certainly less than you would be a half mile from the DSP boundary. So it is finding that middle balance with respect to the geographic extent for this program. So there they are side by side, slightly different geometries, but it is a significant enough increase for HCD to find it acceptable.
The next steps are to finalize the housing element with changes that are made today in preparation to submit it back to HCD for a 7-day public review period. Continue with scoping the required zoning changes and objective development standards that will be needed to be completed in order for HCD to certify the housing element. You take that.
Yes,
That's
happy
your
to.
slide.
So there were questions related to faith-based organizations and which organizations have expressed interest, which have expressed interest in not doing it and a preference to not have their property upzoned. And so this is a summary of that. I will say that the program is optional, 100% optional. The property owner, in all of the circumstances of opportunity sites, including FBOs, it is ultimately up to the property owner whether and when they want to do a project on their property. There's no requirement to do so. We are required by the state to show that there is the opportunity for these sites to produce the housing, and ultimately the market needs to do that. And that is why there are requirements around looking at non-governmental constraints, et cetera, et cetera. So it is multifaceted. So there are, I think, 9 sites in the city which are faith-based organizations with property that would be suitable for potential housing development. And they could maintain their existing facilities and build some form of multifamily housing in parking lot, excess parking area of the lot, which is not occupied by the facility itself, the buildings. And so we reached out multiple times to all of those on the list. Those in the first column, which are red, we did not hear back from. Those in the second column, which are green, expressed interest in the program, so 2. And then those in kind of an orange shading are the 2 FBOs which submitted a letter saying that they would prefer not to have upzoning on their site. Now, again, it's optional whether they pursue any development at all, whether they pursue development under the current zoning, the SB4 state statute, or whether they would utilize the city's program to exceed the state program for this higher density. So that's the summary of the FBO sites in town. I will note that Lafayette Aranda Presbyterian Church is not in the inventory because it lies within a very high fire hazard severity zone area, and that was a policy decision not to promote housing in very high fire hazard zones other than ADUs and SB9.
So tonight, our request is approve the updated housing element for submission to HCD following the required 7-day review period. Approve the recommendation to leave 949 Moraga in the inventory with the timeline proposed in the staff report. And approve the recommendation to distribute units by income on vacant sites at 30, 30, 20, and 20. And with that, I think that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation and the staff report. Questions from council? Councilmember Andori?
Yeah. Well, first, thank you very much for all the work that you've done since our last meeting. This was, it's great to hear this. Let me just, a question to confirm. You're saying that if we adopt the recommendations, you make the revisions, you're fairly confident that this would be approved by HCD?
They will issue a letter saying, if they will issue a letter saying that you are in substantial compliance, and once you make the rezonings, then we will give you your letter that says you're officially certified.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have questions in two areas. One, it's been raised about the De Silva site, how that's going to be handled in the rezoning. And I know you've thought about that and have it covered, but could you just explain for everybody's benefit how we'll treat De Silva in the rezoning process and then thereafter as we move towards a development agreement?
Happy to. So the De Silva site is 62 acres overall, and through the General Plan Advisory Committee and Planning Commission, and I believe we've showed the exhibit here previously. I apologize, I don't have it immediately available in the slide deck, but I can locate it and bring it up. The limit established by the state, essentially, the lower limit is 1/2 acre to be able to use the site in the inventory for below market rate, lower income units. And the upper limit is 10 acres. Above that, a significant feasibility study and pro forma and development plan, additional substantial evidence would need. So for practical purposes, the city has been operating with a upper limit of 10 acres. And we've discussed with the developer, with the property owner rather, where that would best occur on the site. And the site has a relatively gentle, sort of sloping grassland area up from Mount Diablo Boulevard towards the reservoir ridge, the rim trail above. And so we've discussed with them, and the area would be the western portion of that. There has been significant public comment and I think city interest in this site accommodating public facilities in the future as part of a development plan. That can be discussed and determined, negotiated through a development agreement with the developer, and they're open to those discussions. Ultimately, it will need to pencil for them to move forward with the project. But that is the opportunity to incorporate public facilities into the overall 62-acre site, with a significant portion remaining essentially undisturbed open space, perhaps with trails, perhaps with a disc golf course meandering through it. But ultimately, I think the upper reaches, the city envisions as appearing as they essentially currently do, the lower portion, the meadow grassland area, accommodating the housing growth and the public facilities. So in short, the follow-on rezoning would address the 10 acres for the residential, and the remainder of the site would be open for public use, be it active recreation, parking, open space, as part of a development agreement.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that when we've completed the rezoning of the 10 acres that we've selected out of the 62 and then start negotiating the development agreement, that if it turns out, given all the factors that come into negotiating that agreement, that we need to move the 10 acres one way or another, or we need to expand it or contract it, that we could accommodate that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then on the faith-based organizations, can you just give a little bit of background on what the outreach has been to the FBOs that have not responded?
We sent approximately, well, some of them we've sent 3 and some we sent 4 requests for, requests for comment, asking for what your thoughts are on this. Can we have a meeting? And so for those FBOs that did not respond, they got at least 3 and 4 and sometimes 5 letters or emails. And some of them went to multiple people, not just one person, at the particular FBO.
Okay, and the ones that that did not respond, the area that we are thinking of rezoning, is that the entire property aside from the buildings?
No, it is not. It is a much smaller portion of every site where it was we scoped it out to be relatively flat. Behind a parking lot, for example, or part of not a ball field, but other sort of non-essential uses, not on slopes. For one of them, for example, I think there was 9 acres or 10 acres on one site, and we only accommodated about 1.5 acres or less on each of the sites.
Okay, and so would it be fair to say, well, in what way would an FBO be disadvantaged by being rezoned, taking into account that not the entire property is being rezoned and that they can opt for the state overlay and don't have to do it under the city's rezoning?
I don't know that there really is any. I think the benefit is that the city's program would not require project labor agreements, which the state one does. The one downside is that they would have to do environmental review, which they don't for the state one, but they also get more. They also get more density than the state program would, and so there are a number of. When talking with HCD about this particular program, they thought it was other jurisdictions are doing it likewise, that they are including those sites in their inventories and planning to rezone them to accommodate for their own city programs.
Okay, and we started out by discussing that your expectation is that if we submit this with your recommendations that we'll get the letter. If we were to submit without those 3 sites that haven't responded, the FBOs that haven't responded, what impact do you think that might have?
The impact would be, you would lose numbers of units. I want to say that, again, to repeat, that this is an exercise in capacity to determine that there's enough capacity for the arena allocation plus some buffer. So we don't have to have the approval of every single owner in the inventory to be included. We don't have, if there are owners that have said adamantly, no, I don't want to be in your inventory, that's one thing, but being silent on it as far as the state is concerned does not disqualify them from being in your inventory.
But what would the impact be if we did not include them in the inventory?
If we did not include them, I don't know off the top of my head. I think he's looking at it to see how, if we took those 3 off, what it would do to the inventory, the recommended inventory.
Okay, so when we get to the discussion, I guess, I don't know if I'll have a further question when we do that, but it's to my mind, it's the balance between disadvantage to the FBO of being rezoned versus how close we are to having this approved and what that does to our buffer.
Right.
If we take them out.
Yeah, I can just follow up on that one topic. I mean, I can, but because I'm just trying to understand, because if we rezone, I mean, because we're adopting minimum numbers, right? 80%, right? So it seems like if we rezone a portion of their property, especially if they haven't actually affirmatively said they're going to do something and they want to do something else with that property, they can't, right? I mean, if we're zoning them for, I mean, unless I'm misunderstanding how the zoning would work, it feels like that would disadvantage them if they want just to put just a couple of residences on it and we've zoned them for something higher than that.
They could still use SB4. They could opt to use SB4 and do just 2 residences rather than, using the full benefit of the rezone. They would have their choice to do it. It's not either, it's either or. Yeah.
Okay.
And I should also mention that rezoning those portions of each one of those sites does not in any way prohibit the church from doing other things that's part of its mission. For example, building a rectory or a gymnasium for the school or whatever it is that they have going on there. That wouldn't, just because we're rezoning the parcel or portion of the parcel doesn't mean that they can't use it for its other, ancillary uses.
And also just to confirm, your listing that you showed, you had LOPC green. I thought it was the Methodist Church had actually positively not LOPC.
No, LOPC did as well. Yes.
Okay, but the Methodist Church.
The Methodist Church has been in the inventory for
I'm just
2 rounds.
on
So
Greg's,
yes,
on the summary, they were not green. I was just confused on that.
we didn't get a specific letter this time around. I think he was trying to sort of cut between who we've heard from, even though that particular site, the Lafayette Methodist site, has been in the inventory now this is its 3rd round.
Right. That was my understanding. So I was just kind of, okay. I'll keep going.
So on that same thread, that's okay. But if they want to just raise money and sell the site that got upzoned, then that's a problem, right? They have to declare that, and it might be worth more or it might be worth a lot less than it would be just on the open market.
Well, I don't know. I'd have to have the city attorney weigh in on that, but it would still be zoned for residential. It couldn't be used for, it would only be allowed.
We put minimum density requirements on it.
Yes. But it would
And
still
so
be
that's not
residential.
like, if they wanted to just put 2 single family.
They would use SB4.
SB4 doesn't have any minimum density requirement?
Well, it does have a minimum density requirement in the sense that it has to be zoned for a certain amount, but they have options about what they want to include on the site.
Can we get clarity on that?
I think what I'm hearing from the council that I want to clarify is that if they wanted to build single-family homes on the property, not use SB4, not use our special legislation or special ordinance that we're going to adopt, if we are upzoning it to this minimum density multifamily, they would not be able to just build one single-family home.
Yes, I would like
And I
clarity
think
on that. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
Can
that's that.
you
I
know
think-
the answer? They can't.
No, I'm giving you the answer. I'm
Yeah, but-
sorry, I'm
so they can't.
clarifying.
And so
I think that is if they wanted to, in theory,
just sell the property for money.
if they wanted to, I mean, if we are only upzoning a certain portion of the property, then the portion that is not upzoned could in theory be subdivided. They'd have to get approval to subdivide it. And then that portion that is single family zoning could be, a subdivision of single family homes, and the other portion could be multifamily. So there's multiple steps that would have to occur anyways, but currently, if we did nothing and a faith-based organization did not want to continue to be a faith-based organization, they could sell their property and that property could be used for single-family homes, and a subdivision could go in theory, currently.
Sorry, just to continue on that line, when you just said if the faith-based organization decided they wanted to sell the entire property, including the optionally the change zoning as well as existing, and if the new buyer was a private individual, would the individual be able to build single-family homes there, or are they constrained by this zoning from the previous owner?
They would, In theory, what would happen is the new private developer could bring single-family homes on the portion that was not upzoned, and then the portion that was upzoned would be multifamily.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Are there any
I
questions?
do have other
related-
questions. Yeah, I was just, I didn't want, Councilmember Drury, are you done? I didn't want to, I was just,
done.
okay. A couple of questions. So we mentioned that it's not a question, I was saying the fact that 949 Moraga is there is really great. I'm just curious, the steps that you've outlined, has HCD, have they looked at those steps? Are we concerned that they're going to push back on those, or have they kind of approved?
They were the ones that really originally gave them to us.
Okay, so we're feeling pretty good that
Oh, yeah.
that in there with those steps.
Yes.
Great. Another thing was on the talking about the allocation on the vacant sites of going from the basic arena to the 30-30-20-20. I understand we've gotten some, we've been told that's actually okay. We can do whatever number we want. So we're going from some 40+% to 60% now, saying that what's going to be on there is 60% is high. It's high. What's stopping us from doing 40-40-10-10? I mean, I'm just kind of curious on the realistic kind of nature of that number, and why we're good on 30-30-20-20, but potentially not good on something higher than that.
Thank you. Like many components of the housing element, we're trying to balance multiple interests, and there is an interest direction from the council to explore and look at what would achieve the 50% threshold. And so we've provided you numbers that do that, and HCD has affirmed that those are acceptable because it falls below the 50% at 30-30-20-20.
Right.
And so we would not recommend going beyond that because it increases the risk of more immediate no net loss running up against that and having to go through very much the same kind of exercise of determining additional opportunity sites, which we've spent considerable time trying to identify all those that we can to include to keep density increases to a minimum. And so that is, I think, first and foremost, our concern is trying to be proactive in the risk management associated with it and not sort of kicking the can down the road to only run up against it even after one potential project came in and didn't meet the projected that's in the inventory, but came in at the inclusionary. So that is why we're not recommending going above the staff recommendation.
Okay, that makes sense. I will. Okay.
Okay, go.
No. If you have a further, I know, no, I don't want to. If you have further on that particular, I mean, I understand it is I don't want to say arbitrary, but it's basically, we think it's a number that hits our a certain threshold and doesn't go beyond that. There have been, okay, let me just give you the other comment I had, which on that we talked about the new way we're structuring with the quarter-mile to half-mile zoning around. I know when we were talking about doing it from a kind of a bubble map to a road-based network, one of the other considerations I thought was it would just make it a more simple, more rational kind of zoning. Kind of, we have to implement the different kinds of zoning. It's like, oh, instead of like just stopping arbitrarily in the middle of a road or something, we'd actually have something that would kind of make some sense conceptually versus a neighbor wouldn't have a different zoning just because they happen to be slightly outside this weird compass-driven bubble. So I thought that was a really great reason to use kind of more of a road-based network versus more what HCD would like accept or not accept.
I agree with you, and we're always looking for ways to make it clear. And an example of that would be the zoning snapping to parcel lines as they currently exist and not having district boundaries bisect properties, which currently happens all the time.
Right.
And I don't know that we'll ever be able to eliminate that, but we can avoid putting more parcels into split zoning. It is more difficult to, I guess, an upfront map could be done, but it didn't meet HCD's comment and expectation about broadening the program, expanding the area which can take advantage of the program.
So you're saying they're, just to put not words in my, you're saying they're kind of fixated on this half mile number and we're just better off meeting that expectation?
It's not just a half mile, but actually increased number of parcels that could use the program if they choose to do the conversion that's allowed under the program.
Okay.
So HCD's primary concern with the AFFH program is about mobility, and that applies, that goal of mobility applies citywide. And so other communities have adopted programs which are broader and interspersed throughout the entire community. I'll offer Danville as one example. One of their programs is that current law would allow any parcel, any single family parcel to get up to 4 units using both prongs of SB 9.
Yeah.
Danville doubled that and said, we will allow corner lots to go to 8 units. And that would be citywide. So it is kind of limited locations, but sprinkled throughout the broader community. What we've heard is concerns about the roadway network evacuation rather. And so, you know, the north side of the freeway is very high fire hazard zone. So we believe that access to the downtown goods and services with an alternative to the car is important as we grow. And so thus the program was initially proposed as a quarter mile from the DSP.
Right.
And we feel fortunate that we've demonstrated enough of an uptick with a half mile from the boulevard. So the buffer, the area from which the buffer is taken has been reduced, but the overall buffer distance has increased to a sufficient extent.
Okay, no, that's understandable. One final question, then it would be, we've heard, I think, from community members and so on, you know, obviously we know it's a balancing act. There's been talk about, well, if we're adjusting just going back a little bit to the vacancy ratios, if we adjust them so much, we could reduce, you know, downtown zoning back to what it was or whatever. I'm just curious if you can just kind of comment on what that might mean. I know we've had this higher downtown zoning kind of in the plans for a while. Is that baked into HED's expectation or what's, I'm just kind of curious if there's options there.
I don't know if I would use the term baked in, but that has been what we have been discussing with them for many months now. So I think that would be problematic to via kind of a calculation modification to deviate from the program to upzone in the downtown, largely within a half mile from transit. So I think that would be problematic at this point in time with HCD. I don't know what they would come back to the city with in terms of comments, but I suspect there would be new comments based on that change. And so we wouldn't have the letter in the near term, which would say once you adopt the rezoning, then your housing element will meet state law.
Understood. All right, thank you.
Yeah, so I was surprised that you put 949 Margo Way back in. I get it. I understand it. So my concerns are not that we don't want this to happen. We do. And we want to push forward with this. My biggest concern is that if we don't meet any of these deadlines, I mean, you've all heard what happened to Portola Valley, right? They got decertified because they didn't rezone and they were within like 2 weeks of rezoning. And so do you think that there's a risk that they may decertify us if we don't meet these goals at the timelines that we've put down?
We have, anything like that is possible, but we have fallback measures or milestones if we don't think that we're going to be able to make it during a certain amount of time, then we have to come up with either find another site that would, in that,
But we don't have another 949 Moraga Road site.
we have it, we can find another site in the inventory, not necessarily one that the city owns, to replace those BMR units. They have been clear that the city needs to commit to making this happen within the 8 years. So, but we've, again, like Greg said, is we're trying to balance a combination of factors, and one of them is the fact that this is the only city-owned site in the inventory that could potentially produce new units sooner rather than later. I think that, you know, the reality also is, even if we hit many of the milestones, we may not get interest immediately because of the cost of borrowing money, the cost of labor, the cost of materials, et cetera.
Right.
Those things that we can, those things are outside of the city's control. And I know that we can certainly work with HCD when we know we're having a problem because of that. But HCD can't decertify you for something that's out of your control. They can decertify you for something that's in your control, like Portola Valley. That was in their control, and they didn't do it when they said they would. And that's a different thing than the developer can't get money, can't get financing or whatever.
So, okay, on that note, I listened to Sandag meeting. So Sandag is the first, San Diego's first in the state. And their halfway point is coming up next year. And there was a big Sandag meeting, and an HCD rep came, and they were going, all of us are going to fail next year. And because we haven't built half of our, you know, goals for this one. And basically, are you guys going to decertify us? What are you going to do? And they wouldn't give them an answer. And it was the whole Sandag commissioners that just went, you guys got to do something, right? And so is that, so I kind of agree with you, but I don't, this is building goals that they're staring down, and they're going to stare them down next year. So is there reasons to try to, you know, figure out how they're going to deal with that first, and then we would have a roadmap of what we're facing? I mean, is that?
I don't think there's any way to know that now yet.
I know, right?
And I think also the truth is every one of our programs that has metrics and timelines is going to be in the same position.
But
so I don't think
seems
this is
particularly risky, right? This one just seems riskier because it involves a developer with a huge amount of, like, this is all low income, you know, and that's what the goals say. And so I want to do this. I want to put every resource we have into this. I would not change any of that, but to tie it to HCD and they're a little bit opaque at the moment. It does seem to put us into a lot of risk. And that's why I understood it at the last meeting and was surprised to see the flip on this meeting. And so what was it that caused the flip?
I think it was the vast majority of comments. I don't think we actually heard any comments from members of the council or the public advocating for taking it out. I think what we were raising was concern about our ability. And so what it will take is additional resources to do that. And I think that it is clearly the one site that the city has control over. And thus it behooves us, because I think all parties, what we have heard in terms of comments is we want to do this. And so then it becomes a question of putting in the time and effort to do it. There will be factors beyond our control, but to the degree that the things that are within our control, we can do and execute on. I believe that if we were to commit to what's in the report tonight and just sit and not do anything, that we would be at risk of.
Right, and that's where ACG decertification, right?
Right.
Because that's in our control to not do anything.
Right. Now, the one we do have going for us, that our inventory is sufficient that even if 949 fell out, we would still meet it. But we could always go back to HCD and revise it if for some reason, despite our best efforts, we are unable to achieve what we have laid out in the program. So it seems to be a priority of all parties, and there's kind of risks with all of this.
I know.
And so it's going to take a determined effort and resources.
About how much extra resources are you thinking?
Well, we will need a project manager to shepherd the.
So it's a full-time hire? Is that a full-time person hire?
I believe it would be a full-time hire. No. But we would need to have staff on board who could be the project manager for preparing, having the RFP prepared, putting it out, and all of the efforts that are laid out.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't believe it has to be a full-time equivalent.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything related or what? Oh, hello.
Manager Srivatsa.
I wanted to add, I agree with Greg that it won't need a full-time person. The last time we did something like this was for Eden Housing. We had a group of volunteers and I would say 1.5 staff members working on and off for about 6 months to a year to find Eden and to give the project to them. It does not take more than that. Also wanted to bring attention to the fact that the council, we have an affordable housing fund, not that there is a lot of money left there, but you did allocate $215,000 in this budget. And you may, again, I don't know, in your next, but certainly those funds can be used to promote and build affordable housing. And 949 is the ideal candidate, given that we have control and the intent is for an all affordable project.
Yeah, I don't have a question. I'll save that for comments. And is there other questions?
I do, yeah.
Okay, please.
Okay, so the AFFH, the quarter mile, the way we were still going to do it is that we're like, people could expand the number of units, but it was still within the footprint. If that's still the case. Okay, great. And then also it doesn't take effect or does take effect in the very high fire zones?
Does not.
Does not. Okay, so your maps are they're a little off, but that's okay. And then a question was, do we put the 1001 Oak Road into the pipeline because Planning Commission just approved it?
Planning Commission at its last meeting did recommend approval to the council, so it will be coming to the council.
But we have to go through us first before we could put it in?
Before it's entitled, yes.
Before we can put it into the housing element?
We have it in there already. It's listed as it's proposed.
Oh, it
But
is, okay.
We don't have it listed as like other sites. We have it listed as proposed.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
We just didn't put it in the pipeline yet because it's not actually a pipeline until you say it is.
Wait, can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
So it's in the the sites, but it's in at what the application is as opposed to 88% of 60?
Yes.
I don't know.
Because you haven't rezoned.
Yeah, but we're putting in as if we were rezoning.
No, you're saying that they put it in as what the project is.
It's as it's proposed.
So it's only a density bonus. And so we're only getting a couple of affordable units, right? That kind of, it's not even at the RENA allocation or at the 60.
But why would we put it in the pipeline?
It's not in the pipeline.
Right, but then if you put it in the sites, why wouldn't you list it like other sites? They don't have financing, they haven't broken ground.
That's a good question. I don't know. I
Oh,
would have
interesting.
to ask about that. I don't know.
But as soon as we approve it, we have to, right? I mean,
Yeah, I think we're acknowledging that there is a pending application at those densities, and I'll give you, I'm sorry, at those unit counts, 2 very low, 4 low, 0 mod, and 45. So the total we have in for the site is 51. So we didn't want to immediately have to revise our opportunity sites calculations with a application pending.
Okay, I'm just gonna let that
Yep.
sink in so far as I'm concerned, but
Sure.
might come back to that.
Okay, so, so my question is that I know we're only discussing the 2020 for the vacant sites, but we could do that on the non-vacant sites. We can.
The
And other
pro-
cities have done that.
You could, but the problem is
I know
then-
there's no let loss.
No. What happens though is that you're defeating the purpose of getting down to 49%. You want it to be different than the non-vacant sites.
Oh, no.
You want the vacant sites to be slightly above
Yes.
the non-vacant sites. You don't want the non-vacant sites because then your calculus will push your non-vacant sites over
high.
50%. Correct.
Too high. Okay. All right. I missed that. All right.
Okay, thanks for questions. We'll turn it over to public comment. Sorry about that. Public comment.
I have public comments, pardon me, on this item. I have one speaker in the 2 speakers in the meeting room. David Clark is first, and then we have some hands raised in our virtual audience.
Okay, I'm kind of confused. A couple of things. That colloquy between Councilmember McCormick and the planning director, that I don't follow that. It's not that I don't follow it. I don't agree with it. If you go to 40-40-10-10 or pick some number, something higher than 30-30-20-20, it's going to impact, it can, along what Councilmember Candell just said, it can impact the rest of the units. It doesn't have to just apply to vacant land, the vacant, non-vacant computation. So if it does apply to other units, the total number of the buffer units that we need is going to go down. It's going to go down to something 1,600, 1,650, something. So when you worry about the no net loss provision, we've got 350 units there that we've already identified that we can use at some point in the future. It's a circular argument that doesn't make sense to me. And frankly, I'm a little disappointed in the spreadsheet that you were all given in terms of this iterative spreadsheet. The only thing that you could control with that was the percentage on the vacant, non-vacant properties. It didn't spill over into everything else, which is where I thought that was going to go. I may have misunderstood that as an intent. But so you can't use that spreadsheet for that purpose. But other people have spreadsheets. Rob Lavoie's come up with one and is part of the packet. But there isn't, and with respect to the trade-off, like what Councilmember Candell, that you just brought up about why can't you apply to everything? And the answer is, well, because you got to maintain something. So there's a difference between 49 and 51. Don't use the same numbers. There's got to be these are just numbers. I mean, it's not like a goal that we're trying to shoot for. Nobody's saying we're going to have, well, whatever, they're numbers. So pick some numbers and make it work. And they're in there. So you can achieve both objectives, I think. You can wind up with a substantially lower number of buffer units such that you don't have to upzone downtown at all right now. I think that's the important thing, because we could avoid that upzoning process immediately. Maybe we're going to have to go there at some point in the future. Okay, fine. We've already identified those properties, so it shouldn't be a big deal. We're not going out to look for new properties. So I mean, I think we can make the math work for us. This is an opportunity, it seems to me. So if we could expand, it's probably not going to be 30-30-20-20, but it's going to be something. I mean, if you use the other, it could be 45-30-20 and 5. That works. So I've heard some arguments against that, other arguments. One is, it's kind of late in the game to change this. Okay, it's late in the game, but this is a real advantage. And I think we'd be remiss if we didn't take advantage of it. There's I've heard that the percentages that we're talking about aren't logical. They're not achievable. They're not targets. All they are, they're numbers that we can use to achieve a goal to meet the buffer requirement and to meet the 5049 vacancy computation. Those are the things we need to worry about. And I think we ought to take advantage of the situation, and I think we can avoid all the downtown upzoning right now.
Thanks, David.
Stella Witherspoon?
Hi, good evening, council. So I think you can and you should remove the FBO's Sun Valley Bible, our Calvary Baptist, and Temple Isaiah from the site inventory. The only two that can be legitimately included are Our Savior Lutheran, which is interested, and United Methodist, which is a reuse site. I tested removing the former three and keeping only United Methodist and Our Savior with all the staff recommended parameters, and the result is a 25% lower income buffer, well in excess of the minimum 15% requirement. I didn't understand what was the difference between, quote, did not respond and, quote, total submitted no comment in the staff slide. I dropped in at Cavalry Baptist yesterday and I asked two council members if they knew about the proposed rezoning. They said they received no inquiries and they did not know. And with respect to what Diana said about the area on the parcels for the FBOs is a non-essential use, not sloped, et cetera. Take a look at the Cavalry Baptist tear sheet. Ask staff to put it up on the screen. The block of the zone is 10 feet across from their front of their building frontage, where everyone parks their cars to walk into the church. When I showed that to the council members there, they said, but that's the front of our church. That's our parking lot. So really, there'll be an alley in this location that's marked for the rezoning. So I don't think it's ethical to include Sun Valley Bible, Cavalry Baptist, and Temple Isaiah in the inventory under the premise that silence is consent. And I question what happens if you retain these non-respondent FBOs in the inventory, go ahead with rezoning, and you have to notice property owners within that process. What if at that point, these FBOs learn for the first time about this radical change to their properties and the property's values and protest? Will you then revise the housing element and resubmit to HCD? Or will the rezoning hearings be procedural and really non-responsive to property owner concerns? So you also may question what HCD will think of the removal of the 5 FBOs. Well, HCD is already skeptical of this program. They write in their comment letter, given the lack of past experience and degree of reliance on the FBO sites, the element should evaluate the effectiveness of this program midway through the planning period and commit to alternative actions, e.g. rezoning, identifying additional sites, et cetera. So I believe HCD will accept the removal because it decreases the reliance on these sites for which it's already skeptical. The remainder of the inventory has sites that are better prospects for redevelopment. The buffer is a healthy 25%. And I question what is the benefit from keeping these FBOs who have not affirmed interest? And I maintain there's no benefit from these because they're no longer needed to provide lower income units, which is how they got into this list in the first place. And there are significant downsides. The alternative actions that HCD describes, such as rezoning, identifying additional sites, et cetera. Alienating institutions of faith that have been in the community for decades. I just don't see any upside, and I think HCD will appreciate a solid site inventory without these FBOs, these 3 FBOs. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no additional speakers in the room, but I do have a few hands raised. So our next speaker is calling from a phone. So feel free to unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Dawn Eames? Am I next?
Yeah. Yes, welcome, Dawn.
Okay. Okay, sorry. I submitted some email comments, but I have additional comments to that, but I would like to read my email. The downtown should not be upzoned and is not necessary, especially since it cannot be downzoned in the future. The buffer of 25 to 30% additional housing above the 2,114 units was used instead of 15% already. We should stand firm not to upzone, especially since HCD admits the calculation of housing requirements was flawed, and until HCD does not approve the latest housing element submission. I don't believe there's a housing shortage. If you look at Rockridge, BART Station high rises and Ignacio Valley BART Station development, those do not appear to have 100% occupancy yet, but were built years ago, probably during the last housing element cycle. So I also don't believe the housing element area should be expanded further than the 1/4 mile from the edge of the downtown core. A walkable downtown is not 2.5 miles of Mount Diablo Boulevard. The DSP and the DGG identify the downtown as Mountain View to First Street. Contrived housing requirements will not work based on income levels and still maintain the quality of life for all segments of the community. A broad range of housing types will be built if there's a necessity for it. The market will determine what is needed. Rob Lavoie has done an in-depth analysis for assisting the city in offering viable solutions, getting this 6th cycle housing element approved. I would hope his recommendations are heeded so the city's character, composition, vitality, and viability are not irreparably damaged by unnecessary and unwarranted actions by the city just to meet a deadline and unreasonable expectations by HCD. Alternative number 4 by Rob Lavoie is a great option that should satisfy HCD and Lafayette residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rob Lavoie.
Hello, and I think Libby was going to cede her time to me.
Yes, she has her hands raised and she may cede 3 minutes.
Thank you. So a couple of things. Greg, could you pop up the exhibit that I sent for option alternative Alt 4 that shows the summary page?
I can try to do that.
Basically, I disagree with Diana's comment that we can't use 30-30-30 on all the sites. There's still scenarios that can solve the problem of the 49% by running that with against all the different types of sites, the vacant land, the FBOs, which I'm only using one FBO. But the bottom line here is that we have enough capacity. The scenario that I did used the 30-30-20-20, but then took 13% out of the LI and put it in the VLI. So basically it's still 60% for the low income, which is combined. So I don't think that this is an issue that we should circumvent. And just because it's been in the plan and HCD hasn't said anything about it, we didn't ask them if we meet their criteria for solving the plan puzzle by reducing the upzoning downtown. That was pushed in during a big rush last November because we were going to submit to try and get it in on time for the January cutoff, so we wouldn't be subject to the builder's remedy. But we've not been subject. We haven't had any builder's remedy projects, and we just had 1001 Oak Hill that could come in under the builder's remedy, and they didn't take advantage of even the 60 zoning that we have proposed. They're using the existing 35 zoning. So I think that clearly we have adequate zoning downtown, and we don't need to move up to the 60. So let's see. So I sent in a model, basically to all the council members and to Greg and to can't remember the lady's name. So you guys can take a look at that, and you can see that the without the 60 upzoning downtown, you can still meet all the requirements that we have. We can have 49% in or over 50% on vacant land for the low income units. And this eliminates all the need for any upzoning except for De Silva. As far as the AFFH, why is it that the state HCD is ignoring the state's law that upzone the FBOs, and yet they're saying that it doesn't meet AFFH goals. It's like they're just blowing out the state law that upzones all the FBOs, and then they get after us and make us try and do some spot upzoning, which is silly. And there's lots more problems with the spot upzoning than the overlay district that's proposed by the state SB 9. So the model that I sent in, if you find it, shows a 43, 17, 20, 20 split, which is the same as the 30, 30, 20, 20. And it also works if you put it on all the parcels or if you just do it on the vacant ones, as in my option Alt 2. So Alt 4 has it on applied equally to all the different sites. Alt 2 has it just applied to vacant sites. So either way it works. So the bottom line is you've got a solution. Now you guys have to take the leadership position and eliminate the upzoning in downtown. And it'll save us a lot of headaches. Even if we have to go back and ask HCD about it, just submit the plan with it because we meet all our requirements and we've worked hard at this and we have adequate density. We got a 6-story building that's proposed under our current zoning. We don't need to go to 60, and then we have 100% density bonus law that's also been enacted since this plan was thought about last fall. There's so many reasons, and I outlined them in my prior email. So I don't know if anybody has any questions.
I actually have a question, Rob. In your scenario, you are saying DeSilva needs to go to 60 as opposed to the 35 that it is zoned out? Okay. I just wanted to
No,
make
no,
sure.
I just
thought
said
I
that
heard you
the
say that.
development agreement should cover
Yeah.
the whole thing, but Greg's covered that, and I think that sounds like everything's okay there. As long as they can scoot the 10 acres around later on with the development agreement.
Yeah. Okay. Because I thought I heard that, but I don't see that. So that's
No, I've just got the 10 acres there like we've always had it. It's
okay.
it's just for the how you actually work it out.
Okay. Thanks for
And
confirming.
this model works with or without 949 Moraga. It works with or without the FBOs, except for the Methodist Church, which has always been in there. So I think none of those decisions are catastrophic and causing the plan to go out of compliance.
Councilmember Kendall, did you have a question?
Yeah, a question. So you say that we can go to that extreme, and if we report, are you saying that we should just report the VLI plus LI together?
No,
I
I
think-
think you just, instead of doing 30, 30, 20, 20, you do 47 or 43, 17, 20, 20. And that makes the model work with a 23% buffer
Right.
and a 49% number for the non-vacant sites.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you for
Okay.
the working.
Well, hopefully you guys have that spreadsheet and you can crunch your own numbers, because I don't want somebody to say, oh, this doesn't work, when it really does.
We received it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cheryl.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Cheryl, welcome.
Thank you. So I appreciate Dave Clark's comments, and I really appreciate the comments that Rob Lafayette has just made. I think the chance for us to not upzone right now is to our benefit, because mid-cycle, most likely we're going to have to do something with HCD coming down to us, and we're kind of set up to fail. We've been told this over and over again. So if we don't meet our numbers in mid-cycle, we can upzone at that time. 949 should be something that should be considered too. Whether we put it in now or put it in later, we might need to reserve that for getting our numbers later. And in the meantime, the staff and the council could be working together on this project for the mid-cycle. But not upzoning the downtown right now, I think, is something that we should really hold off on doing, even if it means a slight delay. We're not getting those builders remedies options, as Robert mentioned. So I think you should seriously consider that. The quarter mile, half mile thing, I think the walkable route should be considered. And then just, I'm an East Ender. I'm never going to go to the grocery store and buy groceries by foot. It's just not reasonable. So the idea that the East End is going to be walking to necessities are mostly located in the core. We have Ace Hardware and we have the service industry. So we're going to go get our tires and things like that. So the East End is just a different area, and it's always been like that. So we're going to be most likely driving our cars to go into town. And so the idea that we're going to be walking there, I don't think it's really, you might put it in, but it's not going to be what happens. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Dawson, I have no additional speaker slips and no hands raised.
All right, thank you. And thanks to all our comments and work by the public. All right. I think the best thing to do is maybe go through the different items that staff is looking for direction on. And then after that, address any of the other issues that have come up that I think we might want to address aside from that. So let's start with 949 Moraga Road. Does anybody want to start a discussion or have comments on that?
I can start. I guess I mentioned this already and I didn't mean to jump the gun, the
Yes,
question
please.
side, but I do, I appreciate 949 being in there. I think, I know there's the option of keeping it out and trying to do it anyway. I just think it's a statement to have it in. We all agree it's the right site. I'm committed as much as I can to help staff get it done. And, I'm actually quite, it's encouraging. That'd be I don't have anything else to say, but I appreciate them thinking about it. And I look forward to understanding what we need to do. I think a citizens committee that can help, if that can help. I think we've proven that we can do that, and I'd be happy to help with that too.
Yeah, I'll just say on that, I think the process was from 2005 to 2014 to get that done. But we're ahead of the game here because we have the property, so that cuts off 2 years of that process. But I support including 949. I think that's an important statement. And I really appreciate staff going back and looking at that, because I know that involves additional work on staff's part. But I think that sends a very strong message. And I'm not going to go into personal views on HCD, other than to say I would hope that our including that would not at some point redound to our disadvantage. I mean, it's just such a strong signal on our part. I would think that it shouldn't be to our disadvantage.
I also support including 949 Moraga Road and in the opportunity site inventory. Thank you for staff for giving us options on that, and also for listening to community feedback on that. I will re-echo what my colleagues have said, that this is an important symbolic message for that the city's sole property, that we really put this forward in a way that emphasizes we want to do this. Thank you.
Any comments? Okay. I'm in agreement with that, with everything that my fellow council members have said. And it is an investment of staff as well as city finances, so it is, we're all digging in on it. And so thank you for bringing that back and that consideration you took to bring it back like that. So that sounds like that's a go. Now here's a meaty one, which is the income distribution for vacant sites. We've got some great public input, as we have all along, since of course GPAC, but who would like to start on the recommendation here?
No, I absolutely support doing that on the vacant sites, but I absolutely support doing that on all the sites. I think that HCD is blind to the distinction between VLI and LI. And if for some reason are sending that out, with those separate, depending on how we do all these opportunity sites, we don't have to show them all of those, right? In our final opportunity site matrix. Other cities haven't shown them. They just do VLI plus LI. So it's your, you know, affordable percentage and your affordable buffer and all, you know, all the stuff that we're doing. But if you show the separate ones, it can get us into trouble, right? And that may be a problem. And so I think there's absolutely ways for us to get around having to upzone downtown now, that would save us time and would save us, which we're going to find out in a year, what HCD does to all these cities down in Southern California. It'll give us a year to find out what they're doing. And if we've already upzoned and they're going to make us to go do it again, you know, it's like, so basically just buy ourselves a year. You know, are we going to go into no net loss in a year? I don't think so, but we'll have a lot more information about what HCD is going to do mid-cycle to these cities in San Diego. So I would much rather take, because we're allowed to change these distributions. And I think it's worth it to really think hard about doing that now. Density bonus laws now, not just 50%, it's 100%. And so they're already double, you know, in terms of eyes of developers. And so I think we should try to do this and not upzone downtown. And then all we have to do is upzone to Silva and off we go. And we can do that very quickly. And I don't think we're that far away.
So what is your suggestion then? You just apply the.
I think that the 30/30/2020 gets this there if we hide the LI and the VLI. We just produce a buffer that'll get us about 25% buffer and not upzoning and using those percentages. And we just go colorblind to HCD. It's an option. We have to go to Rob's percentage of making the VLI maybe a lot more if we want to expose the VLI separate than the LI. But other cities have gone blind on those two columns.
Steph, could you comment on that side? You know, about the, you know, combining that and
It's definitely true that HCD considers VLI and LI as one number. And in fact, on the state spreadsheet, which is an official spreadsheet that we also have to fill out, those numbers are combined. We've kept them separate to be transparent and to show you what happens and to be able to make a decision. Do you want to have VLI showing a negative number versus even if the combined number isn't a negative number? I mean, I think that this has been an effort to really show the council what the impact of the changes will do from a transparency point of view. I mean, ultimately, obviously, the decision is yours, but that's why we did it this way.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, but isn't there a number assigned to each property?
Yes, but then they would be aggregated as one number.
Right, and you're saying that other cities aggregate them,
Yes,
but if
yes.
yeah, but there is an allocation to each property. It's just not shown.
So as
Okay, so if there is a development on a property that's allocated 47% to VLI and so on, and it's developed as a above moderate condo development, then you lose all the well, I know, but so I'm not sure I see the advantage of, I from what I'm hearing, there's,
But even HCD in their spreadsheets, you don't give those numbers. I know it may,
basically.
yeah.
There's a transparency piece for us as we figure this out.
But the actual worksheet where they enter the opportunity sites, they don't. Right?
Correct. And we have highlighted that red cell in the worksheet for some time because of precisely what Councilmember Candela is saying, is that HCD, you know, ultimately will look at that combined, but I think it behooves everybody to understand what are the inputs into that outcome. And I can't explain it, why HCD breaks out the RENA allocation in the 4 bins, but the sites inventory worksheet only uses 3 bins.
okay, and when we do our annual report or when we do our midterm report, are we going to aggregate or are we going to show how we've done in each of the 4 categories?
Annually, we have to report in the 4 categories.
Right. So I'm still not seeing.
But no city is going to get anywhere near our 6th cycle, right? We can report how many we've done and it's not, we don't control how many of those get built except for 949 Moraga Way, right?
Yeah.
And so we can't even tell developers to do.
I'm trying to see the advantage here because we're going to be telling them that we're using 30-30, 2020, right?
60, 2020 for low and very low combined.
Wait, 6.
They actually are, I don't think we have to report the percentages. We just report
Oh, I
the
see what you're
raw
saying. Yeah.
number outcomes.
Yeah, but in your discussions with HCD, how have you discussed it?
We've discussed it in the 4 categories, the 4 bins.
30-30, 2020, not 60-2020.
Correct.
But to clarify, they said they're agnostic to that, right, too, as well, right?
They said that
Yes.
that the statute allows jurisdictions flexibility in allocating it. And we've talked about the reasoning behind the numbers that have been used to date. And ultimately it is a choice to be made and their risks change accordingly.
Right. And same as what you're saying, I think that balances that risk and then getting it done and then looking at midterm if we need to upzone, that's the thing. Or not getting it certified in the time that we are thinking, since if we go with everything now as stands, it looks pretty easier track, put it that way. Because is that a correct assumption? Because we've gone that route of explaining how we're going to go, and they're just looking for us to basically fill in the missing components of what we have in our matrix, just to confirm the route we're going.
Nothing is certain, but we would not be surprised to have new comments raised in this next review round, if that were the case.
Yes, I get it.
Just a quick clarification. I think we're talking about these 2 things, or I think we're talking about 2 things together now that they were, right? The original question was just about, hey, let's change from RENA to 30-30, 2020. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Councilmember Kendall, but I think between what Councilmember Kendall is saying and what Rob Lavoie was saying, we do that in conjunction with not upzoning downtown. And
right.
that's where we have the
Potential issue.
It sounds
Yeah.
like if all we were doing was changing that allocation and nothing else, it might be very well transparent, right? We'd have an extra buffer, but who cares, right? But it's combining those 2 things is really the crux of the issue, right? I mean,
The percentage shown in the workbook now is a combined percentage of low and very low.
right.
But when you change, if you were to change everything that was 60 units to the acre and put it back down to 35, you would have a significant negative number in very low income.
Right, which is why that changing
Right.
reallocating the 60 even is so important. That's what I'm trying, that's.
You would still have an overall buffer, but for the purposes of transparency, you have lost VLI units,
Right,
which is what you should know was happening.
that's right. I'm actually not disagree. I understand. I think it's actually
Yeah.
terrific that we're actually keeping it straight. But I think it is interesting to understand that it really is just one number that's going to HCD. But the reason to change that allocation within the 60 would be to potentially change other zoning and.
Right, yeah. Okay, so Councilmember Kendall has that opinion. Any other comments on the distribution on vacant sites? Staff recommendation is, let me just address it specifically. Using the 30-30, 2020 for vacant sites. And you're mentioning using it on all sites.
Sure. I'm supportive of the staff recommendation to use the 30-30, 2020 on vacant sites.
Okay, but just to follow up on this, we actually, the real issue here is what do we want to do in the downtown in the
Right.
zoning? That's the issue, not this particular detail. So I think we should just discuss that, and how we allocate then flows from that. Recognizing that they're linked. I take it the staff recommendation, implicit staff recommendation based on your meetings with HCD, and I think we asked about it explicitly earlier, is that we maintain what we've been submitting and what we've been discussing with HCD. And based on what I know, I would support that.
Any other comment? Okay. So I think what I'll do then is take kind of a
I'm sorry, before we start
Yeah.
anything more, there was the other conversation that Stella brought up, whatever, about FBOs and not including those. I think it's probably worth, I'd like to at least get
Oh,
things
yes,
on record
thank-
what we
probably a
want,
good
what
time to do
we're
that.
doing that, because it actually is all related, right? Because we
Right.
could use, as I understand it with Stella's work, we actually could use this reallocation of the percentages to make up for not including the FBOs, for keeping downtown zoning the same. I mean, I don't know if we can do them all, but I think that also works as well, because FBOs do give us a fairly good, nice buffer, obviously, on the VLI.
Right.
Am I understanding that
Right.
correct?
Yeah, I just also want to remind you that the two concerns expressed by HCD is not just no net loss, but also AFFH. If we dramatically change the distribution by income, we will have to go back through an analysis of the site's inventory with route policy, because, I mean, at the staff level, we feel at 30-30-2020, it's not as big of change as, let's say, 40-40-10-10. But it's still pushing the limit about what, if we, once we start, we had the analysis with the FBOs. Now, if we have most of the route policy analysis of FBOs, now if we take the majority of them out, and then the big site becomes, in terms of the inventory for lower income, would be De Silva. And that changes the distribution of lower income units throughout the unit.
I thought if we put the FBOs in our housing element, we aren't allowed to use them for AFFH.
No, what I'm saying is that's a different question.
No, it's the same.
No, it is not.
That was their analysis that did the AFFH.
No, that is FBOs that are used as mobility actions, not FBOs for the inventory. When we have an analysis for the site's inventory, the consultant looks at every site and what we've identified as the distribution of units by income on those sites. And they plot that and tell us whether or not we're overloading certain areas of the city with lower income units. So if you have a big site like De Silva and you put a huge number of your lower income units, that analysis gets skewed. And the benefit actually of having done the FBOs was to distribute units more of lower income throughout the community. It's not the mobility action per se. It's simply to meet the distribution needed to satisfy AFFH. That's a completely different conversation.
If we take them out, does that half a mile big bubble come back in though? Right? Doesn't that help offset that?
We can't count those in the inventory. Those are not countable in the
Okay, so it's
inventory.
only the inventory.
Correct.
Yeah, mobility, that's right. Okay.
So is there a difference between 30-30 or 47-13 as it relates to De Silva, or is that impossible to say at this point?
It's impossible to say at this point. I would think there wouldn't be, but there's something, logical about 30-30-20-20. Logical or seemingly logical. I don't know if any of this is logical, but it doesn't seem like a dramatic change from the existing RENA allocation.
But you say Root has considered, in effect, 60% lower income.
No, it has not.
Oh, that still needs to be done?
We've only analyzed vacant land according to the RENA allocation. There's been no analysis if we change the distribution on just vacant sites to 30-30-20-20.
So that still needs to be done.
What we would do is reach out to root policy and ask if this is a dramatic change. What if you were to do that, for example, and you take out FBOs and you reduce the 60 DU per acre down to 35, that would definitely need a analysis of redistribution of units.
Right, but applying 30-30-20-20 to De Silva, leaving in the 3 FBOs, leaving the zoning as it is, would you venture an opinion as to whether that would work?
I believe that would work. I think we will reach out and not ask for a full analysis, but get root policy to weigh in on simple just distribution of numbers, like number. So we're saying this site is actually going to be X number of very low income units and low income units, and see what, if that changes their analysis from prior.
I just want to bring back to the concern of just for council discussion of one of our residents about FBOs and the 35 DU per acre rezone. It's not like they can opt out. Like as before, they can opt in and opt out. But once it's zoned, and we can't downzone that once it's upzoned. I just want to bring that up to council. Do we have thoughts about that to discuss?
Well, just changing the spreadsheet that staff provided, just zeroing out the 3 that are there. It changes the buffer down to 25%, I want to say, from 37%. So it did lower the buffer. And certainly if we are hiding the distinction between very low income and low income, then I think that seems to be the only material impact. I don't know if you've had a chance to model that, Greg. I don't want to, speak in case I got the spreadsheet wrong, but it seems like that is the only impact, is that we do lose buffer. I mean, it does preclude, then it makes the other things we're talking about, downtown zoning, everything else, much more difficult, right? I mean, I think there's only so many times you can use it.
Right.
Use the, take advantage of this extra buffer that we've gotten because of 30-30-20-20. We're going to basically lose it back again once we, do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to admit, even after the conversation, still a little going back and forth, a little confused, is this detrimental to the FBOs if we do this without their agreement? I gotta admit, I still am unclear. It still feels like if we zone something and they try to sell it, it is different than it was before we upzoned it. I mean, no matter how you cut it, it's different. And it would seem like it would impact future development on that site.
Is there legal ramifications from that?
Oh, we were not worried about a takings issue that was raised in the past. I think it's just, as one of the commenters noted, you could have, when the rezone comes, the property owners pay a little bit more attention, and then you would be considering revisiting that issue at the rezone process, which would then affect the housing element if you wanted to consider changing your mind on it, on at least the ones that maybe you haven't had feedback on.
Right. And as you said, the state is blind if there's no response. In a sense, it's not taking that as a negative or positive. Okay. I obviously think it's a good program. I just am uncomfortable with that. They're partners, basically. These are community partners to us. And it seems until we do have some kind of confirmation or acknowledgement that they even know this is what we're talking about would be important. I know you guys have done diligence and looking to see and who you would talk to. And it sounds like there's different people that have been spoken to at different times. And that's an issue. And that's hard to track down in this time frame. But I guess I'm looking for a comfort factor on just going on whether we include those 3 that we haven't heard from or not. I think that's what we should be, just narrow that down.
I definitely think we shouldn't include them. I wouldn't even include any of them at this point, just because the rezoning is going to take a while. I would get rid of all of them, keep the Methodist church in there because it's always been in our housing element, and then fudge the percentages just a little bit to get us back to where we were. I think it's just going to save us a lot of headache and I think some real, if not legal things, then some real emotional dilemmas that we're picking a fight when we don't want to pick a fight.
Any comments? Councilmember Andori or Clock on that? Weigh in.
I'll just say I'm troubled by this because we've been talking about this for months.
Right.
And all of us, I believe, well, exception of our newest member, were strongly in favor of including FBOs. So I'm a little bit concerned now we come to the meeting and we're.
Because we didn't know we could change the income distribution, the percentages in order to get to the numbers that we need. I mean, we're so close, right? And we thought that these FBOs were getting us over the edge, and they did. For a while there, they were our only choice. And then we found out we can't use them for AFFH. And it's maybe not a takings, but at least it could be a hardship for some of these churches who may just want to sell someday. And so I'd be willing to just try to get rid of them completely.
Do you know of any other communities that have done this with FBOs?
Yes, Orinda. And there are several off the top of my head that I can't remember, but I can find that out. There are several all over the state have used them in their inventories. Did this essentially the same thing that we did, which was to find a portion of the land that would be potentially a good site, and call that the site. With some, obviously things would change, but this is a capacity analysis. Again, this is not.
Right.
We're not saying there's going to be a development there, but it's a capacity analysis. So yeah, but they're all over the state, have been used.
At a higher, chances are at a higher density zone than what SB4 offers for the same reason, because it's an incentive and it's a way to-
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I definitely approve the program. I think that's great. I just, it's, the issue is it is a land use issue and we're changing it from existing land use for organizations, but,
Yeah, I think to follow up on Councilmember Anduri's comments that we all were supportive of this. I was supportive of this because it provided some optionality. As Greg mentioned, we're providing an option that they don't have to use. And to the extent that it's additive and we're giving something that's extra, even if they did not want to use it, then then it's something that I am supportive of. I think the nuance here that maybe I'm confused by a little bit is the question of, is there a downside in the event that the church wanted to sell the property outright? Say they had a 3-acre property and 1 acre was something that we changed the zoning to. If they sold this property outright to a non-church, non-faith-based buyer, would the selling price be diminished because of our action today or not?
I can't speak to that. I don't know if it would be diminished because you have you're upzoning it. So I can't speak to, that'd be a real estate issue that an appraiser would look at the time of sale, which could be much more in the future, right? But for legal purposes, we did not find that it would be a taking property. So that much I can say. But
Okay.
We've obviously talked about the other implications.
And I guess, would it be a disclosure that the church would make in the sale that says this third of the property has this, is it an encumbrance or is it an option?
It's zoning just like your property is probably zoned single family residential, right? So I presume it would be a disclosure. I can't speak to that, but it's the zoning of the property, right?
Okay.
A portion of it is single family and a portion of it would be this new zoning that we've been discussing.
And that new zoning, of course, the upzoning to a higher number is something that would add value. I guess the question is if there's an attachment that says there's a minimum density required of that, and maybe I could just get the staff's clarification. Right. Does the minimum density apply in the sale to the new buyer?
Yes, but only for the portion of the site that's been described as the opportunity site.
Okay.
Not the whole thing.
Didn't we put some minimum affordable requirements on it too? Thank you.
Yes, we did.
And so
We-
that's the part that is,
That, but it tracks SB4.
It's
They have to opt to do it.
oh, I know. But we're putting a minimum affordability requirements on the zoning as well, right? And so it is a legal thing. It's not like they get to build market rate units there. They can't.
A portion of it would be a full.
The part that we rezone,
Yes, a portion of it would be 5% is above mod, and I don't remember what the percentage is. It's
pretty
75.
high. Yeah.
20% mod. So they would have 25% moderate or income or above allowance, which is actually better than the state because the state does not allow that.
So
Actually, to be fair, I was looking at 75%, right? We're saying FBOs, looking at the spreadsheet rate, is 75% VLI and.
Right.
Right,
That's
so it's
what
a,
we're
it's a
talking about,
significant.
yeah.
Oh, I know, it's good for
Yeah.
the numbers, but it's a significant, limitation. And I think you're right. It's interesting. It makes, in some ways, it makes them more valuable or less valuable. I think it depends on
And
the
who's buying it,
buyer,
yeah.
right?
Oof.
So it's a difficult thing to say. And this isn't actually saying, just to kind of put another spin on it, because we've talked several times, even talked about downtown not rezoning. It's something we can always add later, right? I mean, this is not something, if we didn't do it now, we could do it later, right? If we have to, if during a mid-year check, we were not making our numbers, that would be a way to, I mean, I'm just kind of wondering, right? Because we're talking about some other things like, oh, we take out now, we can always add it later if we need to. This is the same thing, right? Sorry.
You could probably ask staff that to
Sorry,
answer that
staff,
question.
yeah.
but,
Yeah,
That-
I mean, I think it strikes at the question of how critical is keeping FBOs in? And if we take it out, what does it tip the apple cart and change things?
Well, that's right. And that's where I'm worried. Like, if you do nothing else and you go down from 37% to 22% or whatever buffer, how do you quantify that? Is that dangerous or not? I don't know.
we're able to go to 15 to 20.
Is that what you guys are looking at now? If you took we're debating that now, if we could do this later, or if it's pretty much so baked in that it upsets everything. Oh, thank you. And then while he's looking at it, a question, like De Silva, can this shift depending on what the church might, if they do decide anyway to build, they might want to move it around, or is our parameters that we're defining the, percentage of acreage, I don't know what it is on a particular one, but can that shift similar to what we're talking about in De Silva?
Oh, you mean location
Yeah.
of the 10 acres?
What? No. Within the FBO, the acreage that you've kind of. I know. Sorry. No, but when we were talking about De Silva, we said the 10 acres could float potentially within the.
Oh, yeah.
6 acres.
Yeah.
So could this be a similar situation?
It could be, yeah, of
Okay.
course. Yes. We just decided that the easiest way to do it was to try to map out a section that seemed reasonable size. We didn't go into anything about setbacks or nothing like that.
Right.
But just to see what the capacity would be on a reasonable portion of the site.
But when we rezone the FBO, we will have a definite area.
We will, yes.
Okay, and in the comparison to De Silva, De Silva is, well, we can change, we get our development, but I think it would be more difficult. I mean, would an FBO come in and say, well, you've zoned this part of my property, I need to sell this part to this buyer for a single family residence. Can we shift it over a little bit, keep the same acreage, but just move it to the west?
Yeah, the relocation of the designated area would be part of the project entitlement approval process. What you kind of added into that last example was adding in a subdivision as well, because
Exactly, take a subdivision.
Right,
But if an FBO were to sell any of its property, it's going to have to go through the subdivision process.
Correct.
Right. Okay. The other question is there any possibility of a clause, so to speak, that if this church is no longer functions as a church, that then this zoning is, I guess I'm assuming it'll be a no, but I'm just curious if that could change.
I don't
like
believe it
usage,
can. I think once you zone it, it's stuck that way.
regardless of the land use designation as
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, well, there still is the other possibility. If we're talking about relatively small acreage in each case here, let's say it's a quarter acre that we're rezoning, we could conceivably rezone a quarter acre somewhere else and downzone the FBO acreage.
Correct.
Yeah, these are pretty significant though. They're at least an acre, it looks like. Oh, wait,
Well,
right?
they should be.
And 0.7, 0.89. Oh, I
Yeah,
should look at the ones that are in, yeah.
No, they're significant. They're not,
Yeah.
they're not small. They're all over
Yeah.
an acre that we're dealing with, or almost. I'm sorry, Greg, did you have a chance to look at the impact on that?
I think the question was if we remove those FBOs which have not weighed in
Right.
on the rezone. That's not to say that we haven't had a communication, just says that they haven't submitted a letter
That's right.
in favor of, against, or they haven't, or they've been non-responsive. So that would leave 3 remaining in.
I thought it was 2.
Okay.
Right, just.
Are we down to Sun Valley Bible Church?
It's Our Savior and Methodist, right?
Just keeping it Our Savior and Bucket.
Yeah.
It's correct. We get down to 25% in the overall inventory. And then compound that with not upzoning any of the downtown.
I would like to just to talk
No?
about the FBO separately. I
never
think
mind.
that we have a separate conversation to come on the.
Sorry.
Okay, just to, I can just imagine, but I'm just wondering on the first one. So 25,
I'm thinking ahead.
you are, it was just probably fine, but so it's 25% you said? 25%?
5% total.
You characterize the difference, I know it's hard to imagine what is HCDs to 25?
37% to 25. And the VLI goes down to 10 units. Just as for clarification.
For,
The buffer, you're saying?
yes.
okay.
And should we be concerned at that number?
I would be, but I am always trying to be as conservative as possible to kind of mitigate as many risks as we can come up with, or realistic. So for me, I feel like, you have one site that comes in with just inclusionary rather than what we projected, and we don't have, we have such a small buffer. We would be stuck trying to find pretty quickly, especially for a site as big as De Silva. This is why we are trying to be very judicious about what the percentage is on vacant sites, especially. Because you not only have the capacity problem, but what happens when you actually get a project on one of the sites? And if you've not accounted for it, if you've loaded it up, let's say, just say for kicks, for De Silva, you have 150, let's just say for 150 units you've plotted for low and very low, and above moderate project of any size, it doesn't matter. All those 150 units have to be found somewhere in your buffer. I mean, those.
They aggregate the buffer for that calculation?
I'm sorry?
Do they aggregate the VLI and LI for that part? Does HCD, is it blind to the combination?
It's blind to the combination.
Okay,
but
so
you
it's still, it's not like if we don't meet it on VLI, it's the VLI plus LI.
Correct.
Okay.
But if you've got, and that's why, trying to be as conservative as possible and still get to where you meet the 50% threshold. And so you don't get one project that comes in on a site that completely makes you scramble immediately for more sites, that's the balance here. I think that's really what we've been trying to get at, is to really create an opportunity where we kick the can as far down the road as we can, frankly, because it's going to come up at some point, one would imagine. And, you know, once we discover that we are not in compliance or we have come against no net loss, we only have 6 months to rezone. And if you don't do it in those 6 months, and rezonings do take time, if we don't get it done in 6 months, they will pull your certification. So I would like that to happen as later in the period as we can, rather than next year, because we got a lot of other things to do.
Right. Okay. So, but another point is like the 5th cycle, we never went out of compliance because half of our developments in Lafayette were outside of our housing element, and we get to count those. So any developer coming in outside of our housing element, which they did half the time the last time, they still count for us. And so these are reasonable risks. We took it last time and we made it. We're not going to make it this time because we're being set up to fail, but hopefully we don't get out of compliance.
You are correct that we are able to count any project that in the income categories in which it fits. And so irrespective of whether they are previously identified as an opportunity site, we are able to count them against the RENA allocation and our progress reported annually. We fall significantly short, as do most communities, on the lower income. We basically only above moderate is the only income category where we met or exceeded the goal.
Just to follow up on that one point, though, you say if we somehow miss, we have to scramble. If we did not do the FBOs now, we could do them later as a mitigating factor, right? To do that, right? I mean, this is, I guess.
And it would have to be done within 6 months.
It's in 6 months. Okay, so it's just really the effort and time required on this kind of fast track zoning for these issues, but or having to do it now anyway, I guess, right? We're doing it. Yeah.
Oh, I guess also that question is, would we get HCD to approve our housing element without the FBOs in it at this point in time? Right? It's not just a question of delay. It's a question
because it's a change.
Because of any change here, right?
Correct. And we mentioned that it achieves to some degree the affirmatively furthering fair housing goal of distributing varied incomes throughout a broader geographic extent of the community. So it's
one of the few things we do that does that, right?
We would have to, as a mobility action, there are two different things, specific actions of mobility. If we could include FBOs as mobility actions, if we didn't have them in the inventory, we can't use them for both purposes, is what they said.
So yes, it's not an AFFH achievement, but it serves the purpose of distributing the lower income units in a broader geographic extent, which is an issue that the housing element needs to look at.
So could you clarify for me? I have so many spreadsheets open. I know this happens to you guys, but on the spreadsheet, you just said if we take those 3 churches out, it comes down to 10 VLIs, whereas previously was it 17? I have a couple different spreadsheets open, so I'm not trying to.
I don't remember. Let Greg tell me.
I'll try to, meantime.
Are you talking about the buffer?
Yeah.
The original buffer they proposed has got 52.
It's 52.
52
okay.
down
So
to 10.
We lose 42. Yeah.
10 just
Yeah.
taking those 3 churches.
Well, it's just because of the 75%,
Yeah.
that whole, it's such a large,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Which goes to the point of, that's why if you do it for all the sites, you get this, just to Councilmember Kendall's point.
Yeah, spread out. Well, as I say, I do like the program. I'm just a little uncomfortable with not having, like, we're using letters to include, but we're not using anything to include the others, and that there's an inconsistency then in how we're actually including them. So that's my only issue with that. But the program itself is opt-in. It's only probably a few percentage of these churches that would actually end up needing to sell. So it's just one of those things that you think of in the future, like that's another unknown. And it's one of those things like, well, that's a big chunk of of exactly what we're trying to do, distribute affordable homes as well as have that built in without having to go back mid-year to, or whatever, mid-cycle to do this. So, it's a tough decision, but I'm okay with that because I do like the program and I like that it's opt-in.
Well, let me ask again, on those 3 FBOs that we haven't heard from, is there, well, there's their church or synagogue building, in other buildings on the property. There's the property that we're saying we're rezoning. Is there a third category of property in each one of those? And the reason I'm asking that, I mean, is there a leftover third of an acre or something so that if they want to shift it in order to subdivide and carve off another site to sell for a house, does that work?
I don't think I can categorize it uniformly across all of the sites. So I would say generally yes, but that's a caveated. I would want to look at it to be definitive.
Okay. And is it also possible, because I was thinking in terms of the rezoning process, rezoning the entire property, but let's say they it's a 1.5 acre parcel that's rezoned and they want to sell a 1/2 acre. That we could do a matching upzoning somewhere on for that 1/2 acre, right?
If they wanted to sell it as single family,
Yeah.
yes, we would want to balance the reduction with a upzoning elsewhere. Could be the same site or it could be a different site.
How much time would we have to do that? Or how long would it, I guess we'd have to
It would
find
be
it.
6 months. It's the same rule. The same rule applies that once you fall, it's the no net loss issue. And once you fall out, you have to find
Well,
a replacement site within 6 months.
okay, I guess I'm thinking of a different situation where, 5 years from now, an FBO comes in and says, hey, I want to sell this, raise some money. There's no time limit then. We just have to do the action
Just
at
the
the same
process.
council meeting.
Correct. Which is similar to the process that they would need to go through right now. If they own one parcel and want to sell off a portion of it, they would need to go through time-wise, roughly the same time frame to process that, to cleave off and subdivide that portion that they want to sell.
Okay, so in one sense, we're just thinking of hypotheticals here.
Right,
and Things
exactly.
that might benefit, because you can say, well, this could be, I mean, we also get comments from the public saying, well, I hope that the church doesn't go away and sell the property. That's a fear. But you can say in terms of financially, if a church needed to pay off its debts and go away, then this rezoning would help because you'd have a much, I mean, not speaking as a real estate expert. So again, but it would seem that them get a higher price for the property. So in that sense, this rezoning is advantageous. Seems like there's a balance.
Not with those affordable housing requirements.
Why not?
There's
You-
70% affordable.
Yeah, but do you think that, well, again, see, I'm not a real estate expert, but I would think if you had an acre parcel that could support 35 dwelling units, that's going to get a higher price, even though the units would need.
No, BMR units always have to be subsidized.
Oh, well, no, of course.
And that's what these are. It's 70% BMR zoned. And so they're going to have to get subsidies to build that. So I think it's worth a lot less. because you have to get so much subsidy to even build anything on it.
Your profit is totally different.
Yeah, I think it's a profit. It's a profit versus.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, I think the price absolutely is more. There's no doubt. The building's been much more valuable when it's got 35 units on it. The question is, your net profit after building it, a couple of deluxe houses, and maybe much more
Yeah,
profitable.
but all I'm thinking of the seller of the property, because nothing's going forward until they get their price. I'm thinking they're going to get a higher price from a 35 unit developer than for somebody who's building a single family house.
I don't see that at all, not with this affordability requirement on it. Because nobody can build anything without the subsidies.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point, because it's a nonprofit kind of program. SB4 was basically to support that kind of building that
But-
subsidize it in itself.
But to be
right?
fair, this affordability requirement, if they don't make it, we just have to find it someplace else, right? I
Yeah.
mean, the developer actually doesn't, they're not constrained, right? This is our own constraint, right? We are saying this, right? But the only thing that they're being subject to is the zoning, correct? Not this actual, this is just our own kind of allocation, correct? I just want to confirm that, right?
We have a program, I think, that marries to this, though. It is parallel to the S4, I thought, or is that gone away? It's just upzoning it. So, but there will be a minimum affordability.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Which
it'll,
is
it'll,
the 75% BMR?
yeah, it'll
Yeah.
travel with it, basically.
Yeah, I don't think they can get out of it.
Yeah. So in a way, it's interesting. It would end up being like a spot zone, basically, if someone was to sell it, which is kind of ironic. So, yes, that being said, I personally would be more comfortable if we did not include those 3 locations, because we just don't have any info. And yes, we're down to 10 VLI units, but we'll, as usual, we'll have to spread it around just like we have, hopefully look at that.
The difference seems to be the state thinks no response is a positive. And I think we are all worried that no response seems to, if you weren't interested, you would have responded. I think
But
that's
it has
the.
major impacts on.
Well, I know, they probably don't want to be beholden to something, right? That by just saying, yes, we're interested,
Yeah.
but it's hard, who knows? I don't want to.
Yeah, it's true too. Because those are interest letters. They weren't necessarily like, yeah, we're going to do this in 8 years either. So, okay. But we're all under that same constraint. Okay, so let's get back to where we need.
Did we make a decision on that, though? Do you have enough from us to?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
We started off looking at the income distribution, 30/30, 20/20, and it looks like we're agreed at least on that on vacant sites. Does that sound right? That income distribution on vacant sites. Would that imply then we're agreed then on how it is already for the non-vacant sites? That's already in, since that's not being questioned, it's already complete. So not adjusting basically the income distribution other than what staff is recommending. Okay. Can I get a verbal on that? I can get heads and nodding.
Yes, I mean, if you look at the RENA percentage combining VLI and LI is 44, right?
Yeah.
So it's actually.
20. Okay. And Susan, you'd like to see it go either higher or just a different distribution on the non-vacant sites, am I correct? Oh, use
Use the same on all sites.
on all sites. Okay. Is there any input on that other than,
Well, if you use the same on all sites, is the next step to say that don't upzone the downtown and then change that also
That I would support that.
in this meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I would still support the staff. I think we've got here something that can be approved as is, and nothing's perfect here. I won't go into a long discussion about zoning or upzoning the downtown, but I would be in favor of keeping the staff recommendation 30/30, 20/20, and then keeping the ratios the same on the others. But I do think on the FBO question, I think you can see us struggling to find a path forward on if you eliminated the 3 churches, then what is the option here? Do we go back to the HCD without that piece and still try to get this through? Or what options do we prepare for, a yes or no? And if we had a no, then we go patch it. Or do we have another meeting where we come back and take the 3 out today, come back to another meeting where we find whatever that solution might be and then go after that?
If we do take out the vast majority of FBOs, we would definitely need to have root policy weigh in on that because that fundamentally changed the distribution of low and very low income units around the city. And then based on that, the vacant parcels would play a more predominant role in providing those units. So definitely, I would think that if you take the FBOs out, with the exception of Lafayette United Methodist, if that's what the decision is, then we would have to go back through another analysis with root policy.
So is that a singular decision that then we have to come back and do this again? Or do we be conditional on, you would do the approval, and if everything looks well, we would continue with I just don't know what the time frame is on that.
I don't either because we haven't worked with them in quite some time because I think the last iteration we did was the FBOs and De Silva. So, and that's been some time ago. So I don't know whether they're even available, but yeah.
So they have looked at De Silva.
They have done De Silva.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They did De Silva and
Misunderstood.
FBOs as well. But what happens is that if you take out the vast majority of FBOs, then the onus is on primarily the vacant sites to give you the very low and low income units. And so then they're less distributed throughout the community and more heavily weighted to De Silva. And the analysis could be absolutely fine. I don't know, but we'd have to go back and request them to redo it.
Okay, I understand that there's been outreach 3 or 4 times to each of these institutions. I'm pretty sure that for at least one of them, we have received input from either neighbors or parishioners concerned about our taking this action, but we've heard nothing from the institution itself. If the parishioners or neighbors, certainly if the parishioners were expressing opinion, I'm surprised we didn't hear from the institution. I would have to think that based on the outreach from the staff, that the institutions do know about this. And they've had an opportunity to come in to express a view that their view. So I'm going to ask the city attorney if I know that proceeding with the rezoning would not be considered taking. I'm just asking if you think we've done everything that we should do with respect to this process. I realize in rezoning there'll be another notice process, but with respect to this process, if you think we've satisfied any obligations so far as notice.
I think we have. If I'm not mistaken, we've sent multiple notices. Is that correct? I see nods for those who are not in the room. So as Councilmember Nduri has pointed out, this process, we've sent multiple notices. As part of the rezone, we're required to send another notice. So there'll be continued notices going forward, and we may not receive any feedback again as part of a rezone should you move forward with this proposal.
Okay. And then I'm going to make a point that we're not just looking at, let's say, objective result. We're looking at this now in the context of a negotiation and where we are in the negotiation. And I know that we've had people say that we should take longer to do it, but my concern is what that does with the negotiation, because I think it's important for us to get our approval. You know, it's good, very good, that we haven't had a builder's remedy application to date. And it may be that we wouldn't get one. But I think it's important for us, given all the input we've had, that we move forward. Now, in terms of, what we approved tonight, looking at, I think on 949 Moraga Road, the input we've gotten from all segments of the community favors including that. I know there's very distinction, would we be better off? I think we would move forward on that, whether it's an opportunity site or not. I agree with that. I think we send a very positive message if we include it. On the income distribution and the related upzoning of the area along the freeway, I think we've been out there. I think we've heard comments on that. I'm prepared to go forward with the upzoning just because where we are with HCD and with respect to the FBOs, we've been talking about this for months now. We've taken out, I think that's a big step that we've taken out the institutions that have come in and said, we don't really want to participate in this. So I'm in favor of moving forward with the 5 institutions in here and moving along with the staff recommendation.
Okay, I think we'll take this maybe separately then, just to move this. But first I want to ask, is there any more discussion or comments before? I'll just kind of go down each one and get people's opinions. We could give the feedback to staff. So any other discussion? Okay, so
I'm sorry, on the discussion on this one, because we were talking about the allocations, right? The 30/30/2020. That's what we're talking about. I just want to confirm what we're saying, no more discussion on.
yeah, on 30/30/2020, because
Okay.
we need to go, I figured we'll go through
FBOs.
and FBOs.
Okay.
Because that's part of it.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Okay. So as far as going forward, I'll go ahead. It sounds like Councilmember Dory, you want to go forward as is with the income distribution as well as the FBO sites, keep as is. Which that's a go.
That's correct. I would be prepared, I'm not going to do it now, but I'd be prepared to move that we direct staff to make the final, would accept the recommendations and make the final edits based on the decisions we've talked about and submit to HCD for formal review.
Okay, then maybe before we get that, let's go to, so we checked off 949 acceptable. This one, the 30/2020, I'm just gonna go ahead and take a straw vote on that. Councilmember Dory, you're a yes?
On the vacant sites.
On the vacant sites, 30/30/2020 on the vacant sites. We're a yes on
Yeah.
that. I'm a yes on that too. So that,
Yeah.
we're a go. So let's just go forward and we'll come back to FBOs at the, right before this next one. So the AFF action about the, using the half-mile buffer from Mount Diablo Boulevard, instead of the DSP boundary. Any comments on that?
Well, I think it's a very good point about not going the entire length of Mount Diablo Boulevard. But what would that do? Again, it's contextual. What does that do in the context of our discussions? I mean, I would cut off Mount Diablo Boulevard and not go out the half from, let's say, the reservoir. Let's say Risa Road.
The map, I will confirm the intersections, but the map did not go out to the reservoir. Or
basically was that.
Reese Road.
Don't forget that. I mean, our rezone area is only 1.75 miles. Actually, it's not the entire length of Mount Diablo. So we just went a little past that actually. So,
Oh.
as a matter of fact, I don't know, Greg, is it possible to just put the map? Can you display it just so we're crystal clear?
Yes, that. But it goes all the way to Pleasant Hill Road, right?
Yeah, with that buffer, it does. Yes, our zoning doesn't, but yeah, the buffer goes all the way. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in.
No.
Okay, no, I'm fine with that. That's good.
Yeah.
We may want to not show it in the very high fire zones.
Right.
That's right. Just so there's no confusion, right?
Right.
Understood. The program language says that if you are within a half mile, but within a very high fire hazard, you're not eligible. So the program language has two components, the blue, which is the half mile, and then the red, which is a disqualifier. So we will simply want to be clear showing both parameters. There where is a qualifier and there which is a disqualifier.
I just want to say, I do appreciate that kind of compromise between the buffer on the buffer as opposed to, you know, what you proposed here, coming from Mount Diablo Boulevard and having the half mile. I think that was a creative way to look at that and still satisfy what HCD was looking for. And obviously it's opt-in for those people who want to do this kind of thing. So I think that's good. Thank you for that. I think that's a good go, but sorry, I should take people's
No.
thoughts on that.
I agree. It's better than the buffer on buffer, which it led some geometric expansion. So this is better, and I agree.
I do too. And the parameters of the staying within the envelope and all that stuff is important. And I think that that's helpful in people understanding this.
Also in the language of the program.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is something that the HCD has asked us for numerous times. So I think you've managed to find a proper solution in what's presented here. So I'm supportive.
Okay. Just a question. You mentioned it snapping to parcel sites. Is there like a parcels? Is there like a halfway, like if this half mile goes like halfway over or 3/4, is there any kind of parameter you'll use to include or exclude from that half mile? Or if it just touches it, would it snap that parcel up?
So there are essentially three potential ways of using the buffer as it would intersect the parcels. One would be if any part of the blue touches the parcel is eligible. A second would be if the parcel is entirely within the blue, and those are, they can vary substantially, or you can use a centroid, which is a geographic weighted center point of the parcel, and if the centroid is in the buffer.
What have you used for that particular, or what would you suggest using then?
I think the intersection, if the blue touches it, that is the easiest to administer and for members of the public to understand.
Okay.
We can produce a map using a centroid or entirely within. It's really just a policy decision, and you're really, kind of talking about the edge condition.
Okay.
So
just curious.
We're happy to accept direction as a matter of policy. That
anyone to weigh in on that? Okay. Well, we'll defer to you guys on the best thing for that. Okay. Okay, and now, so that's great. Thank you for that. Okay, so minor edits based on all of this. So let's go to that's based on what we've said. You're gonna have to edit it based on what we've agreed on. So the only outstanding thing is just getting agreement on well, I guess that's it. Those are the things that you've asked for, but I know there's still some different thoughts about the FBOs, but that as is has been included in the plan. And we have been talking about it. So I am comfortable moving forward with what is on, even if we were to, it's not what staff is asking for direction on, but I can take a vote on that now anyway, because it has been a large topic of discussion and a focus of the public. So I would like us to confirm that. So FBOs right now are in the program, even those we have not heard from, except for the one that has explicitly said, no, they are not interested. Two of them. Thank you very much. Two that are not included.
They are not included.
They are not included. We have confirmed with council that we've done due diligence based on what you have produced in terms of feedback and I guess records that you've gone through and emails and letters. So we do have that. And are you're comfortable and confident in that consistently? You've communicated to all of them?
I'm confident every FBO knows about the program,
Okay.
either through our outreach or community outreach.
Community outreach. Okay. All right. Then on that note, I just want to take a vote on that we are all confirmed with.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
I make a motion that we only include 2. And we take out the 3 that haven't responded.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay. I just want to say I do have that conflict, but at the same time, I am confident in staff's due diligence and also how important that component is to this programmatically, those units. So just to, because I know I've been kind of going back and forth, but.
Actually, I will say I have 2, actually. I will say, I think, I really have been, but I do think the fact that their outreach has been so intense, there is knowledge and they know. So that's my justification for not seconding.
Okay.
And I'd like to add that one decision important to myself is our city attorney saying that this is not a taking. I would be concerned if that's a key issue in my mind. And I think with the proper notice and that this is not a taking, then I'm more comfortable with it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dory, do you want to comment? You're good. Okay. Okay. So I think it's good. And I just want to say, obviously you can see that's a tough decision, but I think it's the right decision for us programmatically and for the city in terms of how we want to basically retain some of how that development would happen if it should happen on those. Exactly. And it is an opt-in. So, okay.
Somebody should make
Oh, the counter motion. Okay. I don't think your motion passed though, because there wasn't a second. Yeah. Right. Right. Okay. Thank you for.
Somebody should make a motion.
Oh, yes. Now we're looking, so. Well, that was a kind of a straw vote on that, just FBOs, and we just checked off the first 3 items. So the next one is the 4th. Direct staff to make the final minor edits based on the above and submit to HCD for formal review.
No, there's the affirming the revised housing element red line edits. I have a couple of comments in there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I skip that?
Yes, and the 4th one.
Oh, it is. Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm on the last page. Okay.
So there's actually a bunch of stuff in that's going to have to change, like Lafayette Lane is
Yeah,
still
yeah.
in there.
Yes.
Into, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then a more general question with the AFFH stuff. We have a bunch of action items that were supposed to be done in Q1 of 2024.
Right.
And so all that's going to change.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll come back with some revised
Okay.
language on that. We
Excellent. Thank you.
know. Yes.
Can I just clarify?
Please.
You're not coming back to us.
No, we will publish for a 7-day review period. Obviously, you'll be able to see everything that we've published. Then we'll send it to HCD. They technically have 60 days to write us a letter. They may take less time than that because we're so close and because of what our last meeting with them said. We're hopeful that that's the case, but they do have technically 60 days in which to make their comments and either give us a general thumbs up or a not thumbs up.
Okay, is there any other comments on or discussion about the red line edits? Okay. All right, then we affirm those that as you have.
Do we need a motion?
Yes, I think we should, well, I believe we do because, okay. So would someone like to make the motion?
Question for the city attorney. Are we approving the housing element as revised? What are we doing?
No, we're not at that point yet. I think at this point you are directing, and correct me, staff, if I've got this wrong, you're directing the revisions that you've commented on to be submitted to the housing element to HCD. So you're not approving the housing element. That'll come
Okay,
forward
so
probably with the
I'll move that we direct staff to include 949 Moraga Road, use 30/30/2020 for the vacant sites, use the half mile from Mount Diablo Boulevard, and make final minor edits based on those changes, and then submit to HCD for formal review following a 7-day publication and comment period.
Thank you.
I second it.
All right, I will take a vote. Councilmember McCormick,
Aye.
Councilmember Anduri,
Aye.
Councilmember Candell,
Nay.
Vice Mayor Kwok,
Aye.
and I am an aye. So it is a 4-1 vote. So that adoption, that is passed, but that. Thank you. It's not even that late, actually, as we go. Just want to say thank you to all the public for all their input. All right. Let me see where we are with the agenda. Where's the agenda? Oh, okay. Hold, please. Let's see. All right. So thank you, Diana. Thank you, Greg, very much. Thank you for your work. All right, we will move on to staff reports. Is there anyone with a staff report? Update? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, public hearings, I'm moving like, I don't want to remove consent. Council commission reports, that's what I'm asking for. Any council and commission reports? Carl,
Thank you. I sat in on the Creeks Committee meeting. It was very interesting because representatives of East Bay Regional Park District were there. Dee Rosario, the director, and Ren Bates, who's the chief of design and construction department. What was interesting is he was talking about the repair of the trail that goes from Moraga Boulevard to Mount Diablo Boulevard. And Mr. Clark can correct me if I get anything wrong here, but my understanding is they have a very short working period because of anything having to do with the creek. They can only do work between August and October of each year. So if all goes well, this year they will do temporary stabilization on the trail, which means it still cannot be used by the public to get through there. But then next year, 2025, they'll have in their budget and they'll do the work to do the fix on the trail. So that's if all goes well. And then if all goes well, in 2026, the bridge will be replaced with a bridge that will be more, people going over it can see the creek from the bridge as opposed to the higher level now. So I think all that's very positive. I hope that that goes as planned. Dave, do you have any addition to that? So that's very positive. Okay, May 4th, in this hall, the Berkeley performances, you're all familiar with Gold Coast players, and they unfortunately, they had a great run and they disbanded. They collaborated with Berkeley Chamber Performances, and this is the first season for Berkeley Chamber Performances here in Lafayette. They scheduled 3 concerts. One was in October, one was in January, and the final one is May 4th. My concern is I was able to go to the first one, and there was about 80% full. Gold Coast players were selling out. And then I wasn't able to go because I had a conflict in January, and I was told they only had about 60%. I'm hoping that we can fill the hall on May 4th. Anyone who's listening, you would be, I mean, it's shocking to me, the acoustics in this hall, while maybe not good for council meetings, are incredible for chamber music. And the groups that they bring in are fantastic. The group that was here in October was just, it was unbelievable. It's a great experience. It makes you forget that you ever came here for a council meeting. It's so you just, it's transporting. So I encourage you to come so that they schedule another season here. I also attended the Larmada Village Annual Luncheon. They've gone through a program that they're defining what they're doing, and they're calling it Redefining Aging. So pass along the messaging that goes along with that. But I would encourage, again, next year for their annual luncheon, that council members come to that, because I think it's great to see that community in action. And then the city manager mentioned the April 25th, again, here in this hall, the Senior Services Commission will be going over the age-friendly action plan. That's very important. And that's it. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Thanks, Carl. I just want to say I'm really excited to hear about East Bay Regional Parks actually getting something tentatively scheduled even, because that's very promising. We haven't waited so long. Thank you for that.
I just want to briefly do a couple of announcements. Just echoing the city manager's comment on the walkabout. We did a fairly extensive walk on the north side of Mount Diablo, from Oak Hill all the way down to almost to Mechanics Bank. And again, the feedback from the businesses was very positive. A couple of things on parking, but otherwise, the business owners seem to truly love Lafayette, and so it was gratifying to hear. I also want to just mention also the chamber is doing their coffee with the mayor this Friday, doing with Supervisor Candace Anderson. So if the public wants to get a different voice, to have a chance to hear from Supervisor Anderson is quite informative. She has a much bigger picture view than a lot of stuff we talk about.
Lafayette Community Day is coming up June 1st, and that is a joint effort between the city and Community Foundation of Lafayette. The website is up, and that's what I was diligently trying to find here. So it's LafayetteCommunityDay.org, and everybody can sign up. And you, as council members and people that are, relating to the city, you guys can be captains of projects as well. And so if there's something on there that you feel like you're feeling strong and you want to be a captain, please let me know, because I'm in charge of the volunteers for those. So please, encouraging people to sign up.
Join me on the cleanup. I'm on the cleanup, one of the cleanup details.
I'm
so
always
put
on
me
cleanup.
that.
I'm going to be on
There you
cleanup.
go.
I'm going to be on everything. Yep. I'll be there all day,
Awesome.
all day, every day. And then that's fun part. Another part that came down today was SB 9 went down in court, in the lower court down in Southern California, the lawsuit for charter cities. And it was just the straight premise that if the premise for passing SB 9 was for affordable housing, but this doesn't actually provide any affordable housing, how can that apply in charter cities? And so the ruling came out today. So I'm sure it will be appealed. But that was something, yeah. I'm sure there'll be press releases about it today, tomorrow and the next day too. Right? Well.
Okay, subsequent to the last council meeting we had, on the next day, Tuesday, April 9th, I met with a community member, Nikki Cowger, who spoke on the night before about her concerns related to people holding signs outside Lafayette Elementary School during the weeks before and after Transgender Day of Visibility, March 31st. Ms. Cowger is a resident of Lafayette who is supportive of our transgender community members. And as a practicing attorney, she spoke to me that she understood and supports First Amendment rights of free speech. However, she noted that there is an appropriate time, place, and manner for individuals to express her views. Her ask of the city was to clarify the time, place, and manner under which the city allows free speech in our community. And she asked for clarification of how the city will enforce violations of time, place, and manner regulations. She finally encouraged the city to educate the public on these guidelines and to enforce the guidelines if they're violated. A few days later, on Friday, April 12th, City Manager Nirup Srivatsa and I met with community members Mark Lonergan, Rob Lavoie, and Sarah Lind regarding the same matter about Transgender Day of Visibility. And they expressed concerns that the Lafayette School District curriculum is providing educational materials about transgender issues that are in a direction which they do not agree with. They stand in support of some of the messaging on the signs that are being displayed outside Lafayette Elementary School. One of the residents who met with us asked that they not be vilified by the city or the city council for their opposing views. And another resident also asked the city council to consider taking a stand against the Lafayette School District's current transgender curriculum. So that's just a summary of the two meetings that I had and the ask that was made by those residents.
And Mayor and Vice Mayor, if I could just add that we have been internally talking about staff preparing some sort of document to go out publicly about the First Amendment and the ability related to protests on sidewalks and our sign ordinance and some of the regulations and restrictions that apply to get the word out to the public.
Thank you for that. That's important. And thank you for your follow-up with the residents. I appreciate that, Vice Mayor Kwok. Okay, that would be wonderful. So we'll look forward to that coming out. And I'll look forward to working on with you on that as well.
Thing that I forgot to ask. Hey, the two park meeting on Saturday, I'd like to go. I know I'm not on the park trails rec. I'm not one of the people. And can I go? And if there's other two council members there, I just won't talk to them and I'll just listen to the event, right?
I can maybe talk with you offline. I'm not sure. I'm not aware of the event, or I don't know what the event is.
Okay.
Maybe I can coordinate with you offline and make sure we don't have a Brown Act
Yeah.
violation.
Well, actually, this would be educational for all of us.
Yeah,
Th-
that's,
this-
I was.
thank you. We all kind of want to go. I think.
this is I mean, just how the rules apply. This is a community forum.
Yeah.
It's the second one. We've had one already. And the commission, PTR, has the consultant who's working on the two park designs. And it's just getting input from the community. So I think the question is whether council members can go and listen to the community members as they give their input.
I think if we want to have a majority of the council attend, I think since it's our meeting of our subcommittee, and is anyone planning on talking?
No, just listening.
I'm not, I have to tell you, I'm always not a fan of that because I know it starts out as listening and then it can go elsewhere. So
I can tell you that at the last meeting, neither council member said a word.
if you're attending another agendized Brown Act meeting of another public commission and you're sitting in the audience, not sitting next to each other and talking to each other about what's on the agenda, then in theory, we would not need to agendize this under the Brown Act.
Yeah, and well, that's basically what's happening. We're in the audience.
But again, not sitting next to each other. I just want to call, there's lots of,
We were,
It's on the
we
east.
you didn't even try to look at each other.
Yeah, I did
There you
talk to
go.
Michael. Is that?
it sounds like you guys are complying, so with all those qualifiers.
So, Susan who? No.
That's right. Susan, who?
I have two more.
Oh, thank you.
I have two other quick updates, and one is that yesterday I was very pleased to attend the Earth Day celebration in our Lafayette Plaza. The city was represented by the Environmental Task Force and talking about the upcoming transition to electric leaf blowers. And fortunately, we had staff members there who were bringing the demo lending units of leaf blowers to show members of the public who enthusiastically tried them out on the plaza. Councilmember Anduri was present, staffing the ETF booth, and Mayor Dawson was out working the crowd, greeting people, and I was doing the leaf blower demos. I was also very pleased that the Youth Commission was present for the second year in a row, having activities for kids to plant and bring home potted wildflowers. That was very popular amongst the children carrying these things around. So I'm glad that this was their second year and that they've enthusiastically to participate in future years. Yesterday, I also had the honor of representing City Council to attend a Boy Scouts Eagle Court of Honor ceremony where 4 young men from our community finished their Eagle Scout, the highest honor, over 10 or 12 years of hard work for them to get there from first grade until the age of 18. And it was really a pleasure to see 80 members of our community, parents, grandparents, sisters, brothers, and younger troop members attend this rather solemn and very moving ceremony. And I hope that other fellow council members here will have an opportunity to attend and preside over a court of honor and say some words. It was very enjoyable. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, that was a wonderful Earth Day celebration, and thank you to our partners who are out there and the commissions that worked hard to bring their work in the city's programs to the public. It was really a good crowd.
Yes, thank you, Sustainable Lafayette and our community for leading this initiative for every year for our community.
Yes.
And I just one last, I think they've got the right venue. It's really nice to do it in the plaza as opposed to where we were 2 years ago. It's just very nice. It's, like you're in the center of the community, you're part of the community, people are passing by, they can see it going on. It worked out really well.
I agree. It was a lovely day too. On top of it, it was a perfect day. So I think we are moving through.
Just wanted to make sure that we take public comment.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Is there any public comments on any of the council reports?
I have a hand raised. Sarah?
Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to make a comment regarding Vice Mayor Kwok's recap of our meeting last week. And just to clarify, I'm sorry if all of the information, we did have quite a lengthy discussion, and I do appreciate the time that was allocated. But I do want to clarify that in the end, like in the conclusion of our meeting, I specifically said it is important to stand neutral. I did not say take a side. So I'm sorry that that was misinterpreted, but I would love to provide an opportunity to anybody else to ask questions regarding that meeting, because I don't feel as though what we were conveying was accurately received. And I do believe that Rob Lavoie is also listening right now, because I heard him comment earlier, and I know he is a very dedicated citizen who pays quite a bit of attention. And it's unfortunate that the messaging that we took the time to try to articulate and discuss in a very civilized manner was not received accurately. And that's really unfortunate. And it was misconveyed here. So I would love to give you an opportunity to ask questions, because I see you've done that in the past for other commenters.
Thank you, Sarah. Do you have any other comments or?
It's just like I just want to reiterate, it's really important to recognize that you have citizens and constituents who have a difference of opinion on matters that are really taking hold of the city, and to say where the city would allow free speech, it's not the city to say where you're allowing free speech. It's the Constitution that says that. So please keep that in mind. And if you'd like to ask questions, I welcome it, but it's obvious that I don't think any one of you care to. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you.
Mayor Dawson, I have no additional speakers at this time.
Okay, we will move on. We have no written communications. So we will adjourn, but we will adjourn in honor and memory of George Wasson, who a centenarian who was a former council member and mayor of the city of Lafayette and was involved in our 1968 incorporation. So we will adjourn in his honor.